History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 2, from the founding of the American Federation of Labor to the Emergence of American Imperialism, by Philip S. Foner, International Publishers, New York. Contents. Preface. I. The Industrial Scene, 1880 to 1890. Industrial Growth, 2. Rise of Trusts, I-2. Role of the Machine, I-4. Contrast between Wealth and Poverty, I-5. Role of Immigration, 16. Labor Conditions, 19. Efforts at Labor Legislation, 24. Role of the Courts, 25. Capital Justifies Mass Poverty, 27. The Labor Press, 29. 2. The Socialist Movement in the 80s, 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. Lassalleans and Marxists, 32. The Central Labor Union of New York, 33. The Jewish Socialists, 34. The United Hebrew Trades, 35. The Anarchists, 37. The International Working People's Association, 38. Marxists and Anarchists, 40. The Role of German-American Socialists, 42. Bellamy and the Nationalist Movement, 44. Contributions of the SLP, 45. Rise of the Knights of Labor. Growth of K of L. After I-881, 47. Role of Boycotts, 48. The Gould Strike of I-885, 50. Upsurge in Membership, 53. The K of L and Labor Solidarity. Position of Skilled Workers, 56. Foreign-born in the Knights, 57. The Chinese Workers, 58. Women in the Order, 61. Women in Strikes, 62. Offices HDD by Women, 64. Negro Membership, 66. Backward Influences, 67. Negro-White Unity, 69. Negro Officers, 70. Policies and Leadership of the Knights. Role of Education, 75. Anti-Trade Unionism, 78. Attitude toward Political Action, so. Attitude towards Strikes, 82. Betrayal of Second Gould Strike, 83. Betrayal of Packing House Strikers, 86. Role of Catholic Church, 88. The Powderly Machine, 90. Failure of SLP to challenge Powderly, 9I. The Federation, Labor Day and May Day. The Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions, 93. Founding of Labor Day, 96. The 8-Hour Day, 98. The Founding of May Day, IOI. The First May Day, 103. Haymarket. The McCormick Massacre, 105. Haymarket Square, 106. Red Scare, 107. Travesty of a Trial, 108. Who Threw the Bomb? No. The Defense Movement, 3. 591132475675931005. 6. Contents 8. The Political Upheaval. The Employers' Offensive, U6. The Tice Boycotters' Case, U7. Formation of Labor Party in New York, 119. Role of Labor Party's Campaign, 122. Red Scare, 125. The Election. Results, 127. Labor Parties in Other Communities, 128. Political Action in Chicago, 130. 9. The American Federation of Labor. Cleveland General Assembly, 138. The Richmond General Assembly, 140. The American Federation of Labor, 14R. Constitution of the A. F. of L, 142. I.O. The Decline of the Labor Parties. Labor in Elections, 1887, 145. Disruptive Role of Henry George, 146. Syracuse Convention, 1887, 148. Expulsion of Socialists, 149. The Progressive Party, 153. Decline in Chicago, 154 L1. The Decline of the K. of L. Attacks on Members in South, 16R. The Minneapolis Convention, 1887, LFO. Expulsion of Powderly's Critics, 164. K. of L. B. Behind the Decline, L68. L2. The Formative Years of the A. F. of L. Role of Gompers, 172. The Early A. F. of L. Organizers, 173. Gompers Position, 185. L3. Early A. F. of L. and Labor Solidarity. Women Workers, 189. The Negro Workers, 195. The General Strike in New Orleans, 200. The Foreign-Born Workers, 204. J4. The Homestead Strike. The Background, 206. The Strike Begins, 208. The Battle Against the Pinkertons, 209. The Strike Continues, 2II. The Berkman Episode, 213. The Plight of the Strikers, 215. Results of the defeat, 217. 15. Coal Creek and Coeur d'Alene. The convict labor system in Tennessee, 219. Release of the convicts, 221. The March on the Stockade, 222. The Legislative Session, 223. The Storming of the Stockade, 224. The Battle of Oliver Springs, 226. The Reign of Terror, 228. Conditions of 115. Contents. Western Miners, 230. The Western Miners Organize, 230. Peaceful Persuasion, 231. The Army Moves In, 232. The Trial, 233. Formation of the Western Federation of Miners, 234. 16. The Economic Crisis of 1893. The Unemployed, 235. Demands for Public Relief, 236. Mass Demonstrations of Unemployed, 238. The Millionaires' Protest, 239. On to Washington, 241. Employers seek to wipe out labor's gains, 243. Labor Unity Conference, 245. 17. The Railroad Brotherhoods and the American Railway Union. Characteristics of Railroad Brotherhoods, 24/7. Debs calls for unity, 249. Supreme Council of United Orders of Railway Employees, 250. The Buffalo Switchmen's Strike, 253. The American Railway Union, 254. The Great Northern Strike, 257. Employers Unite and Attack, 259. 18. The Pullman Strike. Strike begins at Pullman, 261. The Boycott begins, 263. Railroad lines paralyzed, 264. The federal government intervenes, 265. The Injunction, 266. The Federal Troops, 267. Red Scare, 269. Effect of the Injunction, 270. General Strike in Chicago, 270. The Briggs House Conference, 271. Trial of Strike Leaders, 275. Significance of Pullman Strike, 276. 19. The Socialists and the Labor Movement, 1890 to 1896. DeLeonism, 279. Battle between A, F, of L and S, L, P, leaders, 281. De Leon urges socialists to leave A, F, of L, 286. The Political Program, 287. Referendum on Political Program, 289. 1894 Convention, 290. Reaction of Socialists, 292. De Leon and the K of L, 294. Socialist Trades and Labor Alliance, 296. 20. Labor and Early Populism. The K of L and the Farmers Alliance, 300. Farmer Labor Unity on the Economic Front, 301. The S, L, P, and People's Party, 303. Gomper's Position, 305. Election Results, 309. Farmer Labor Unity after the election, 310. 21. The Rise of Labor Populism. Farmer Labor Unity, 3N. Free Silver, 313. Labor Populism in Illinois, 315. Labor Populism Spreads, 319. Gompers Opposes Labor Populism, 320. Election of 1894, 321. Election Results, 324. 22. Labor Populism in the Election of 1896. Split in People's Party, 327. Defeat of the Conservatives, 329. Effect of 1894 A. F. of L. Convention, 330. Election of X 895, 331. 823. 24. 25. 26. 27. Contents. Populists fuse with Democrats, 332. SLP and Fusion, 334. Labor support for Bryan, 335. Gomper's role, 337. Pro-McKinley Reign of Terror, 339. Effects of the Terror, 340. Election results, 34I. Anti-political action trend, 342. Causes of decline of labor populism, 343. The A. F. of Land Labor Solidarity, 1896 to 1901. Complaints of Negro workers, 347. Jim Crow unionism in the A. F. of L, 348. A. F. of L. Leaders justify Jim Crow unionism, 352. Jim Crow in employment, 353. Jim Crow unionism and white workers, 355. White chauvinism of leaders, 358. A. F. of L and foreign-born workers, 361. A. F. of L and immigration, 362. Restrictions on foreign-born workers, 364. A. F. of L. and women workers, 364. Labor and the trusts. A labor program to meet the challenge, 370. Indifference of A. F. of L, 372. Craft unionism and the trusts, 373. A. F. of L. Leaders defend the trusts, 376. Workers protest defense of trusts, 378. Socialists and the trusts, 380. A. F. of L and Anti-Trust Movement, 382. The National Civic Federation, 384. Labor and Socialism, 1897 to 1901. Social Democracy Gains Adherents, 388. A. F. of L and the Social Democracy, 390. The Social Democratic Party, 392. The SDP and the Independent Labor Party, 396. Debs Contributions, 397. Disruptive Role of the ST in LA, 398. The Socialist Party, 401. Labor and the Spanish-American War. Labor's Opposition to War, 405, 1897. A. F. of L. Convention, 408. Remember the Maine, 409. Socialists oppose war with Spain, 412. Trade unions succumb to war fever, 413. Labor and socialist forces opposing war, 416. Labor and imperialism. Labor opposes imperialism, 419, 1898. A. F. of L. Convention, 420. Labor fights imperialist treaty, 423. Role of Bryan, 425. Labor and the Anti-Imperialist League, 426. The Common Oppressors, 429. Anti-Imperialist Political Action, 432. An Anti-Imperialist Third Party, 433. Election of 1900, 435. A. F. of L. Capitulates to Imperialists, 437. Reference Notes. Index. Unions was formed. Modern labor movement. Modern labor unions was Index 345 million. Preface. In 1947, the first volume of my history of the labor movement in the United States was published. It covered the period from colonial times to the founding of the American Federation of Labor, which dates its inception from 1881, the year the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions was formed. The present volume carries the story from 1881 to the close of the 19th century. While the scope is small in comparison with that covered by the preceding volume, the issues and events discussed are of great importance for an understanding of the emergence of the modern labor movement. The volume covers the 2 decades which set the mold and the outlook of organized labor for many years to come. These years marked the rise and decline of the Knights of Labor, the early development of the American Federation of Labor, the formation of the Socialist Party, the rise and decline of populism, the growth of monopoly capitalism, and the emergence of American imperialism. During these years, the modern labor movement came into being in the United States. In April 1897, Professor W. M. Burke of Oberlin College wrote to Samuel Gompers and inquired if the A. F. of L. President could recommend a book that would give a thorough and accurate history of the labor movement during the 188 O's and 189 O's. Gompers informed his correspondent that the history of the labor movement for the period indicated is not yet written. Most of it is in the correspondence in the archives of our office, and having been so engrossed with the work, there have been few to write it, and thus far we have had none who have had the leisure and opportunity to take up this line of work. The history of the labor movement in the 80s and 90s has not been ignored since Gompers replied to his correspondent. But none of the books covering these decades, including the monumental work by John R. Commons and his associates at the University of Wisconsin, were based on the source material in the archives of the American Federation of Labor. From its very inception, the files and records of the A. F. of L. remained closed to all but the officials of the organization. Scholars interested in the beginnings of the modern American labor movement were compelled to tell this dramatic and important story without the benefit of the most important source material. The present writer was fortunate in obtaining access to the vast collection of manuscript sources in the A. F. of L headquarters. I spent many 9 preface months in the basement of the A. F. of L. building and in the Samuel Gompers Memorial Room, examining thousands of crates, letterboxes and file drawers containing literally hundreds of thousands of letters and documents from labor organizations and leaders the world over. I am indebted to Florence Thorne and others at the American Federation of Labor for the opportunity to study and make use of this enormous collection. Next to the manuscript sources in the A. Poe of L headquarters, the most important collection examined in the preparation of this volume was the papers of Terence Vincent Powderly, General Master Workman of the K of L, which are in the possession of T11 E. Mullen Library of the Catholic University of America, consisting of about 75,000 letters, letterbooks, diaries and scrapbooks of press clippings. This selection is an invaluable source for the understanding of the rise and decline of the Knights of Labor. I am indebted to Father Henry J. Brown of the Catholic University of America for the opportunity to study and make use of this important collection. In addition to these two major sources, I have had access, in preparing this volume, to the collections of manuscripts, newspapers, pamphlets and published and unpublished monographic studies in scores of libraries and historical societies. I wish to take the opportunity to thank the staffs of the Wisconsin State Historical Society, the Library of Congress, the Labadie Collection of the University of Michigan, the Bancroft Library of the University of California, the Minnesota Historical Society, the John Crerar Library, Chicago, the British Museum, the Rand School, the Public Libraries of New York, Boston, Chicago, the libraries of the following colleges and universities: Wisconsin, Harvard, California, Southern California, Mount Holyoke, Radcliffe, Cornell, Columbia, Leland Stanford, Chicago, New York, Minnesota, Howard, Western Ontario, Princeton, Pennsylvania, Tulane, Croton-on-Hudson, New York. November, 1955. PHILIPS. Foner. Chapter Questions from which there can be. Things are in the saddle. Months in the Chapter I. The Industrial Scene, 1880 to 1890. The times are revolutionary, wrote the fiery labor journalist, John Swinton, in the middle 80s. The energies of mankind in our day are immense. There is an extraordinary activity of the powers of life in our age. The world seems to be whirling more rapidly than ever before. Vast changes have been brought about in our generation. Others are in progress, yet others are impending. There is a new spirit abroad, and its manifestations are everywhere. Things are in the saddle. Questions from which there can be no escape are before us. 1. This contemporary observation is an appropriate introduction to the turbulent years of the 80s with their convulsive upheavals and pulsating economic movements. Never before had the nation witnessed labor struggles of such vigor and scope. In cities and towns, the armies of labor organized and gave expression to the pent-up bitterness of years of exploitation in a series of strikes which shook the nation to its foundation. The year 1886, a contemporary report stated, has witnessed a more profound and far more extended agitation among the members of organized labor than any previous year in the history of our country. The year 1886 will be forever remembered as one of the greatest importance in the battle waged between capital and labor. One historian speaks of 1886 as a revolutionary year, and in 1887, Frederick Engels, co-founder with Karl Marx of scientific socialism, wrote that during 10 months, a revolution has been accomplished in American society such as, in any other country, would have taken at least 10 years. 2. Industrial growth. The ending of slavery by the Civil War assured the establishment of industrial capitalism as the dominant economic system throughout the country. At once there took place an almost unprecedented economic expansion. From 1860 to 1894, the United States jumped from fourth to first place in the production of industrial goods, in the latter year accounting for 1/3 of the world's output, or more than twice as much as Great Britain. The rise of the United States to a position of industrial preeminence was especially apparent during the 188 O's. The number of wage earners in manufacturing increased from nearly 2,750,000 in 1880 to 5,880,000 in 1890, and the percentage of the population engaged in manufacturing for the nation as a whole increased from 5.45 in 1880 to 7.5 in 1890. The railway mileage of the United States expanded from 93,239 to 163,579 in the decade 1880 to 1890, and by the end of the decade this country had more miles of railroad than all of Europe and about half the mileage of the world. The output of American iron and steel in 1870 was less than that of England and France, but by 1890 the United States had left them far behind and was producing more than 1/3 of the world's supply. Between 1875 and 1885, the production of steel in Pennsylvania swelled from 143,374 tons to 1,109,034. The total extraction of bituminous coal in 1880 reached 41,800,000 tons. The figure in 1890 was 99,400,000 tons. Capital investments in manufactures almost tripled in the decade, rising from $790 in 1880 to $6,525,000 10 years later. Dr. Josiah Strong estimated the wealth of the United States in 1880 at $43,642,000,000 and in 1890 at $61,459,000,000.3. Rise of trusts. The rapid growth of American industry in the 188 was accompanied by a tremendous concentration of capital and the appearance of giant corporations. The trend towards monopoly operated in almost every branch of industry. Commissioner of Labor Frank A. Fowler of Wisconsin summed up the situation with the statement that almost every principal necessity is kept up in price by combinations, rings, and pools. 4. The pool, which appeared after the Panic of 1873 and was widely used by railroads, was an organization of business units the members of which controlled prices by apportioning the available market by means of price agreements. In the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887, the pool was declared illegal. This had slight effect on the trend towards monopoly since the pool was already being replaced by the trust. In this form of organization, the stockholders deposited with a board of trustees a controlling portion of their stock, receiving stock certificates. The Standard Oil Company used this device as early as 1879, by which time it controlled 95% of the oil refining business. Industry. In 1884, the American Cotton Oil Trust was formed, followed a year later by the National Linseed Oil Trust. In 1887, there were formed the Distillers and Cattle Feeders Company, Whiskey Trust, the Sugar Refining Company, Sugar Trust, the National Lead Trust, the Cordage Trust, and others. 5. The extent the trust movement had reached by 1890 is well described in the following article in the San Francisco Argonaut, reprinted in Public Opinion on February 22, 1890. The extent to which the organization of trusts has been carried is barely realized by those who have not kept account of the organization of these modern monopolies. To give a complete list of trusts, of their tortuous workings, is impossible. Let us glance, however, at a few of the articles known to be controlled by trusts. If a man desires to build a house, he must obtain lumber from a lumber trust, nails from a nail trust, earthenware from an earthenware trust. The painter whom he employs gets linseed oil from a linseed oil trust and white lead from a white lead trust. If he puts a fence around his place, he has his choice between patronizing the lumber trust or the barbed wire trust. The oilcloth for his floors is controlled by a trust. The stove for his kitchen comes from a trust. The slates and slates pencils, the rubber shoes and castor oil for his children are under control of trusts. Trusts control the sugar and salt for his table, the paper bags for his business, if he be a retailer. If he be a farmer, he is affected by the plow steel trust, the railroad that carries his produce is oppressed by the steel rail trust, the Bessemer steel trust, the iron nut and washer trust. He may, perhaps, avoid other trusts, but he is in danger of coming under the influence of the jute bag trust, the cordage trust, the borax trust, the cottonseed oil trust, or the copper, lead, zinc, nickel or tin trust. And after having passed through life surrounded and hedged in by trust, he dies only to fall into the hands of the National Burial Case Association, or Undertakers Trust. 8. In the 188 the foundation was also being laid for the domination of finance capital in the 20th century. Already giant banking houses such as J.P. Morgan and Company were emerging, absorbing the properties of smaller banks and extending their control over railroads and industrial corporations. 7. Monopoly, in short, was already becoming the dominant feature of American capitalism. The age of the small manufacturer, the age of free competitive enterprise was passing. It was being replaced by what was widely called in the 80s, the new feudalism, said President Grover Cleveland in a message to Congress on December 3, 1888. As we view the achievements of aggregated capital, we discover the existence of trusts, combinations and monopolies, while the citizen is struggling far in the rear or is trampled to death beneath an iron heel. Corporations, which should be carefully restrained creatures of the law and servants of the people, are fast becoming the people's masters. 8. Role of the machine. The increasingly important role of the machine was among the most important developments of the 80s. During that decade, the total horsepower employed in manufacturing establishments in the United States was augmented by 85%. Again, the number of patents issued increased from an annual average of about I3, for the 70s to about 21,000 for the 80s. This significant increase reverberated in industries which previously were never affected by the machine. The displacement of labor by machinery in the past few years, Samuel Gompers solemnly asserted in 1887, has exceeded that of any like period in our history. The New York Bureau of Labor Statistics summed up a nationwide trend when it pointed out in 1894 that although there had been a great growth in the use of machinery in New York State since 1880, the percentage of increase in the number of workers had been small. One labor spokesman in 1888 declared that it would be more accurate to call labor-saving machines wage-saving and labor-displacing machines. 9. With the rapid spread of the factory system, large-scale methods of production, and the introduction of machinery, wage earners discovered a radical alteration in their status. No longer employed as self-respecting handicraftsmen, more and more workers were becoming mere adjuncts to a great machine. Their working conditions were directed to a great extent by managers representing impersonal and absentee corporation owners. Workers all over the country complained that they had to suffer under insolent, unscrupulous bosses, rapacious foremen, greedy and unsympathetic managers, wealthy and avaricious contractors, brutal and egotistical capitalists. 10. It was not unusual to find that in many factories the men were looked upon as nothing more than parts of the machinery they operated. A New England clergyman deplored the increasing tendency to regard the operative simply as a wheel or a pin to a machine. He is, in the eyes of employers, very much what a mule or a spindle is, and no more. They care not who or what the operative is, or where he lives, or what his character, except as any of these things bear on profit. There is ample testimony from employers themselves confirming this statement. Thus a Massachusetts manufacturer, a member of the legislature, declared, according to Gompers, "I regard my employees as I do a machine, to be used to my advantage, and when they are old and of no further use, I cast them in the street." 11. And with increasing speed up of the machines, young workers found themselves rapidly becoming old and of no further use. A foreman in a Massachusetts shoe shop bluntly told a labor leader, "I can take an able-bodied young man 18 years of age, without a physical blemish, and put him to work at either one of those machines and bring gray hairs in his head at 22. 12. Contrast between wealth and poverty. There are too many millionaires and too many paupers, declared the Hartford Courant in 1883. All of America was a land of contrast. At one end of the scale was magnificence unstinted. The robber barons, who made up the new plutocracy, consisted of an array of millionaires whose riches, Engels noted, can hardly be expressed in our miserable marks, guldens, or francs. Vying with each other in conspicuous waste, the moneyed aristocracy of the Gilded Age, the Golds, V. Anderby, T.S., and others accentuated the widening gap between those who have but toil not and those who toil but have not. Their arrogant display of wealth caused even Henry Clews, a prominent Wall Street banker, to comment in his memoirs, "If any facts could be supposed to justify the doctrines of socialism and communism, it would be the sudden creation of such fortunes as these which within a very few years have worn into the hands of our railway magnates." 13. What were conditions like at the other end of THT scale? To answer this question we must turn to an examination of the wages, hours of labor, and living conditions of the American working class. Reliable figures of aggregate wages in the 188 O's are lacking, but there is much truth to Samuel Gompers' statement, in 1883, that the wage of working men is less now than it was in 1870. The United States Census of 1870 estimated the average annual income at a little over $400 per capita. The census of 1880 placed it at a little over $300 per capita. In Pennsylvania, this downward trend was borne out in the wages paid by the largest mining companies in the Pittsburgh district. The miners were paid 92 cents per ton of coal mined in 1880. 10 years later they were receiving 79 cents for the same amount extracted. In the annual report of the Massachusetts Bureau of Labor for 1883, Commissioner Wright demonstrated that the workingmen's share of the return on their own labor from 1875 to 1880, so far from increasing, has decreased 1/6. In Illinois, a study of the wage records of 114 establishments from 1882 to 1886 revealed that of these, 71 showed a decrease, 23 an increase, and 20 no change. This downward trend was confirmed by Bradstreet's in a survey conducted in 1885. It found that wages had been cut 15% on the average, ranging from 40% in coal mining to a low percentage in the building trades. 14. A variety of factors operated to force wages down. The opening years of the 80s were marked by a depression from which the country did not fully recover until 1886. At the depths of this depressed period there were close to 1 million unemployed workers in the United States. Factories closed and wages were reduced. We could not possibly print all the past week's reports of wage cutting and discharging of hands in scores of industry all over the country. They would overflow this paper, Fohn Swinton's paper noted late in I-884. Every passing week brought fresh evidence of the truth of this journal's observation, that it is the unemployed who fix the rate of wages for the workers. "I stand every morning in my factory," said a New England manufacturer in 1884, "and am obliged to refuse the applications of men who want to come to work for $1 a day, and women begging for the opportunity to work for 50 cents a day. It is evident that there are a large number of men who desire to be employed at the low rate of wages now prevailing, and who cannot find employment." 15. Role of immigration. As in the past, a major method used by the capitalists to force down wage scales was the creation of labor surpluses. The reservoir of labor was flooded by the shift of population from the country to the city. It was enormously increased by the huge wave of immigration. The total number arriving during the decade 1880 to 1890 was more than 5.5 million. 2.5 million more than during the previous decade, and 1.5 million more than during the 90s. 16. To the discontented peasant in Italy, Hungary, Romania, Germany, and the Scandinavian countries, to the Jews in Tsarist Russia facing pogroms and increased restrictions on their freedom to live and work, the glowing descriptions of life in America evoked eager responses. These descriptions were laid before them by steamship companies desirous of carrying full cargoes of immigrants on each trip to America, and by commission agents working for industrialists seeking unskilled labor, for railroad land companies eager to settle prospective customers and land buyers along the lines of their roads, and for states seeking people to help develop their agriculture and industry. Circulars distributed by these agents told poverty-stricken European peasants that they could make from $2.50 to $3.50 per day in the Pennsylvania coal regions or in the New England textile factories. 17. The average European immigrant staggering down the gangplank with a heavy pack on his shoulders faced the immediate and pressing problem of earning a livelihood in a strange land. In the vast majority of cases, he was taken over by labor bureaus and sent out to work on railroads, in factories, mines, lumber camps, etc. These labor bureaus sent out circulars to employers of unskilled labor offering to furnish large quantities of workers, and, in many instances, specifying that the labor could be obtained at very low wages, far below existing scales. Thus, the New York City Italian Labor Bureau offered to furnish any number of workers at from 50 to 60 cents a day, and was even willing to stipulate that the laborers will serve from 1 to 5 years without demanding an increase. 18. All too frequently newly arrived immigrants of every nationality made their first entrance into American industry as strikebreakers. Attracted by the glowing promises of agents in Europe, totally unaware of the uses they were to be put in the New World, they became, unwittingly, the tool of rapacious capitalists in the drive to cut wages and smash unions. 19. To list the unions weakened or destroyed or the strikes broken in the 80s by industry's policy of introducing immigrant labor or strikebreakers would require many pages. The failure of a great number of strikes in the cotton, textile, mining, iron and steel, cigar, railroad, and other industries must be attributed, in no small measure, to the ability of employers to make use of unskilled labor obtained from the labor exchanges and steamship companies as strikebreakers. These workers were rushed to the scene whenever a strike was in the offing or had already been declared. Often there was a simultaneous process. The moment it appeared that a union was being formed and a strike prepared, the employers would introduce machinery and import unskilled labor to operate the machines. 20. Several common features emerged from the use of immigrants as strikebreakers during that decade. For one thing, in nearly every instance, the immigrants were completely unaware that a strike was taking place. As the Freight Handlers' Central Union pointed out in the summer of 1882, during its strike against the 5 leading railroads in New York and New Jersey, the raw immigrants from European cities are brought here by padrones and others, and these poor creatures, unacquainted with our language or customs, are taken off the ship and put at work without being allowed to converse with anybody who would be likely to explain the real situation of affairs. 21. Where the strikers could break through and establish contacts with the immigrants, strikes were successful. Unfortunately, in many cases the strikebreakers were guarded so carefully that the union men were unable even to see them. In these cases, the strikes usually failed. When immigrant strikebreakers were informed of the real situation, they frequently left the scene immediately. In a number of cases, they even joined the strikers and beckoned grayer than members of the union. During the freight handlers' strike, for example, Jewish and Italian branches of the Freight Handlers' Central Union were formed. On July 14, 1882, 500 Jewish immigrants, imported as strikebreakers, marched from the piers at the Battery to the Union headquarters and joined the Union. The following day, 250 Italians left the New York Central Yard to join the Union. 22. Frequently, too, immigrant strikebreakers went on strike after the strike they had been imported to break had been broken. The American Iron and Steel Bulletin acknowledged as early as August 23, 1882, that the immigrants, imported as strikebreakers, soon became a problem for the employers. They are not content to live less handsomely than they see others live. They will take no lower wages. 3 years later, the New York Bureau of Labor concluded that, when first brought here are the immigrants, were willing to work for very low wages, but after a few years' residence they became sufficiently Americanized to strike. Even immigrants who were assisted to come to America, on condition that they did not join trade unions, were soon organizing and striking for higher wages. In hundreds of cases, the New York Tribune lamented, it has turned out, that the foreigners import here because they were expected to work cheaply were presently engaging in a most desperate strike for the highest wages known in like employment anywhere in the country. 23. By the summer of 1886, many of the same industrialists who had been the most active in sponsoring the importation of cheap foreign labor, to reduce existing wage scales and to weaken the labor movement, grew alarmed at the idea that immigration itself was strengthening the labor movement, and suggested that aggressive unionism might be crippled if immigration were more rapidly supervised. 24. Throughout most of the 80s, however, employers continued to draw upon Castle Garden in New York City and other labor exchanges and to rely upon fresh shipments of immigrants to replace strikers, many recent immigrants themselves. The union and the strikers might succeed temporarily in persuading the strikebreakers to leave the job and even to join the ranks of the strikers, but few indeed were the unions that had the strength to cope with the ability of employers to continue to import strikebreakers through the labor exchanges. The vice president of the Freight Handlers Union in Jersey City summed up the cause of the defeat of this and other strikes in the 80s. It's that Castle Garden that's killing us. 25. There was nothing inherent in the immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe which caused them to be used as wage cutters. Soon enough, as we shall see, the immigrant workers began to make heroic contributions to the growth of an American labor movement that would battle for decent living standards for all workers. Migrant labor resulted in wage cutting, lowered living standards, and threats to trade union organization not because of the inherent character of the new immigrants but because of the vicious system by which they were introduced into America, because of the conscious use made of them by industrialists to cut wages and destroy existing wage levels, and because of the penniless state of the immigrant workers when they landed in American ports which compelled them to obtain work at whatever wages were offered them, invariably much lower than those being received by the already underpaid workers in the field. 26. Labor conditions. A great number of the American working men lived as paupers. In Massachusetts, where statistics of labor are the most abundant, the average working man was not in a position to support his family. Reverend Josiah Strong pointed out that, in 1883 the average expenses of workingmen's families were $754.42, while the earnings of workingmen who were heads of families averaged $558.68. This means that the average working man had to call on his wife and children to assist in earning their support. We accordingly find that in the manufactures and mechanical industries of the state, there were engaged 28,714 children under 16 years of age. Of the average working man's family, 32.44% of the support fell upon the children and mother. And when Dr. Strong continued with the words, I am not aware that the condition of the working man is at all exceptional in Massachusetts, he was painting the national labor scene a much brighter hue than it actually was. In the same year, 1883, the average national per capita was estimated at about $375 a year, which was closer to the correct amount than Drive. Strong's. The conservative M. Levasseur, a French observer of the American labor scene, who expressed the fear that his picture of American industry and the condition of the American laborer is far too flattering, was compelled to admit that starvation wages, that is to say, wages that will not enable the recipient to live as well as the common laborer, are found in America as well as in Europe. 27. And such starvation wages were found in every industry. I have a brother who has 4 children, besides his wife and himself, a New England working man told a Senate committee in 1883, all he earns is $1.50 a day. This, writes a labor historian, was the abbreviated life history of thousands. 28. He works in the ironworks at Fall River, the working man continued. In 1870 there were 739,164 children at work in America. By 1880, this number had risen to L.E.8. or slightly less than 1/6 of all children in the United States. Proceedings, AF of L. Convention, 1890, page 4. He only works about 9 months out of 12. There is generally about 3 months of stoppage, taking the year right through, and his wife and his family all have to be supported for a year out of the wages of 9 months $50 a day for 9 months out of 12, to support 6 of them. It does not stand to reason that those children and he himself can have natural food or be naturally dressed. Asked by one senator whether there were many families living in this way in his community, the working man replied, I could not count them, they are so numerous. They live on less than $150 a year. I have heard many women say they would sooner be dead than living. I don't know what is wrong, but something is wrong. 29. The highest daily wage in the 80s was $4. But this was enjoyed by only a small group of very skilled workers, particularly those in the building trades, and even in good years, such workers might be expected to be employed for 30 weeks or 180 days. At $4 per day, the annual wage of the best paid workers was $720. On the basis of the lowest estimates of living costs and allowing $204 per year for rent, the worker and his family could spend $516, or less than $10 a week, for food, clothing, fuel, and other necessities. This just about supported life on the subsistence level. 30. And this conclusion is based on the highest wage received. What of the vast majority of workers throughout the United States whose average earnings in I-883, according to government statistics, came to slightly more than $1 a day? 31. With an average of 282 working days a year, these figures give the male workers an average annual income of less than $300. Since the annual living costs of a working man's family in I-883, on the basis of the lowest estimate of living costs, was over $720, it is again clear that if the families of most of these workers were to maintain life on the subsistence level, the wages of the male workers had to be supplemented by the earnings of wives and children. In many industries, whole families work together at the job. 32. In a report on their tour of the United States during the 80s, Eleanor Marx and Dr. Edward Aveling, daughter and son-in-law of Karl Marx, noted, "Everywhere we found women forced to work for wages because the husbands were insufficient for even bare subsistence, besides having to tend their children, and go the usual dreary round of endless household drudgery. We have lived in English factory towns and know something of English factory hands, but we may fairly say we have never in the English Manchester seen women so worn out and degraded, such famine in their cheeks, such need and oppression staring in their eyes, as in the women we saw trudging to their work in the New Hampshire Manchester. What must the children born of such women be?" 3. In many industries, the pitiful wages were reduced by excessive fines. The system of deduction from wages for minor offenses grew rapidly during the 80s, and, in certain industries, particularly those employing large numbers of women and children, was the rule rather than the exception. Of 152 Southern mills investigated in 1885, 100 imposed fines on employees. The causes were lateness, absence from work, remaining too long in lavatories, opening windows without permission, singing or talking during working hours, imperfections in the work, and a general heading called misconduct. In some mills, absence in the afternoon was punishable by deduction of the morning's earnings. 34. In industries where the company store system prevailed, the workers were paid partly in cash and partly in goods or orders for goods. In some cases, the workers never received cash at all. If a worker rebelled and bought from an independent store, he was immediately discharged. Employees of the H.C. Frick Coke Company in Pennsylvania complained that if they did not spend from $20 to $25 a month at the company store, they were told to look for work elsewhere. Yet goods at the company store sold at prices from 5 to 20% higher than those prevailing at independent stores in the same locality. It was estimated in 1881 that H.C. Frick Coke Company did an annual business of $800,000 at its company stores, of which at least $160,000 represented clear profit. 35. An investigation into the conditions of Southern textile workers described them as oppressed, abused, the victims of the company pluck me store. On many Southern plantations, Negro workers were paid their meager wages in pasteboard tickets which were only transferable at the company stores, operated by the planters. John Swinton pointed out that the Negro's average wage in the South was from 50 to 75 cents a day, and after the company stores reaped a profit, there was nothing left. 36. After a tour of the South in 1888, Frederick Douglass, the great Negro leader and one of the outstanding personalities of the 19th century, reported bitterly, "The same class that once extorted the Negroes, labor under the." After an organizing tour through the Pennsylvania mining districts, a labor leader reported that most of the companies in the area pay their hands only at the end of 30 days, and by this means the hands are forced to trade at the company's store. "This is not all," he added. "The company pays the miner so much per bushel for coal, after it is screened, and the screens are made so as to leave nothing but large lumps in the screen. All the screening are sold to the smelters, which brings 4 to 5 cents per bushel, the miner getting nothing for this." Abner W. Dyer to Chris Evans, February 9, 1891, American Federation of Labor Correspondents, AF. Of L. Archives, Washington, D.C. Hereafter cited as APL Corps. Miners constantly complained that the operators changed the mesh size of the screen, always to the disadvantage of the workers. The miner's car of coal was dumped to slide down the screen, and whatever went through the holes he was not paid for. By making the holes larger, the miners would be paid less. "Keep your eye on the screen," went a line in the song, A Miner's Life. Lash now extorts his labor by a mean, sneaking, and fraudulent device, which is more effective than the lash. That device is the trucking system, a system which never permits him to see or save a dollar of his hard earnings. He struggles from year to year, but like a man in a morass, the more he struggles, the deeper he sinks. The highest wages paid him are $8 a month, and this he receives only in orders on a store, which in many cases is owned by his employer. The scrip has a PN chasing power on that one store, and that one store only. A blind man can see that by this arrangement the laborer is bound hand and foot, and he is completely in the power of his employer. 37. Working conditions in most factories in the 1880s were unsatisfactory. Poor ventilation, poor lighting, inadequate sanitary conditions, and the horrible danger of fire to which many workers were exposed, were all causes of frequent complaints by witnesses before the Senate and state investigating committees. Dangerous machinery was often unprotected, and the number of industrial accidents was high. 38. As for the physical well-being of the worker, Professor Richard T. Ely pointed out at that time that no current fiction is more widely removed from the truth than the common assertion that working men and their families enjoy exceptionally good health. The exact opposite is the truth, and statistics have established beyond controversy that laborers are shorter lived by many years than those who belong to the wealthier social classes. Mill operatives were described by a physician as dwarfed physically, and most of them are obliged to lie from hand to mouth, or they do not have sufficient food to nourish them as they need to be nourished. The Ohio Labor Statistics Bureau charged, and substantiated its charge, that man must die that trade may thrive. 39. Working hours were often 12 to 15 a day, and in many industries employees worked holidays and Sundays, the year round. It was not unusual to require laborers to work 24 hours consecutively when changes from day to night shifts were made. In the railroad industry, the hours were especially long. Many workers, including switchmen, telegraphers, trackmen and station men, were on the job 12 hours a day, and even from sunrise to sunset. 40. The living conditions of the working class were notoriously bad. In the mining areas, the workers were forced to live in overcrowded, poorly constructed, filthy company houses for which they paid exorbitant rents. Houses that cost only $1 to build were rented out at $2 to $2.50 per month. The Pennsylvania Legislative Committee described the houses in the bituminous fields as being in a very filthy and untenable condition, the miners being herded together like cattle and in many places wallowing in their own filth, breeding disease and affecting not only their own health, but that of the community in which they live. 41. A glimpse into the living conditions of the wage workers in urban centers may be gathered from a report of the investigation of the tenement areas in Chicago 1883 to 84, which speaks of the wretched condition of the tenements into which thousands of working men are huddled, the wholesale violation of all rules for drainage, plumbing, light, ventilation and safety in case of fire or accident, the neglect of all laws of health, the horrible condition of sewers and outhouses, the filthy dingy rooms into which they are crowded, the unwholesome character of their food and the equally filthy nature of the neighboring streets, alleys and back lots filled with decaying matter and stagnant pools. For these unwholesome dens, into which they were crowded, working-class families paid extravagant rents in proportion to the wages they received. In many cases, they were fleeced at a rate which returns 25 to 40% per annum of the value of the property. 42. Yet Chicago, with an average of over 8 persons to a dwelling, and with about 17% of the dwellings containing 3 or more families, appears to have had housing facilities which were superior to other urban centers. New York City's 10th Ward, where the Jewish immigrants congregated, was said to be the most crowded district in the world. Here, investigations showed, about 1 out of every 3 persons slept in unventilated rooms without windows. 43. The so-called homes in the 10th Ward were both homes and workshop, tenement house manufacture of men's and women's clothing and cigars being generally carried on in the living quarters of the immigrant families. The rooms inside these sweatshops were little more than cubbyholes, but rents were IO to 20% higher than rents of similar apartments elsewhere. Provisions for adequate sanitation were non-existent, with water closets in the backyard, around which a few boards were nailed. 44. In the year 1885, wages for clothing workers in these hideous sweatshops were from $6 to $7 a week. The New York State Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the very best workers were getting iodine monoxide a week, while the women employed in the industry were earning from $3 to $6 a week. Furthermore, the report continued, some even with the aid of their families and working 14 hours a day could earn only $12 and $15 a week. Others could only make $4 by working IO hours a day. 45. Morris Rosenfeld, himself a pants presser, captured the heartbreaking agony of the endless workday in the sweatshops in his famous poem, My Boy, parts of which went, I have a little Bob at home, a pretty lil S.N. I think sometimes the world is mine, in him, my only one. But seldom, seldom do I see my child in heaven's light. I find him always fast asleep. I see him but at night. Ere dawn my labor drives me forth. 'Tis night when I am free. A stranger am I to my child, and stranger my child to me. 6. Efforts at labor legislation. Callous exploitation of labor, especially of women and children, long hours and appalling sanitary conditions were typical of all of American industry in the 188 O's. Attempts to remedy these conditions through legislation proved ineffective. Even in older industrial states like Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, and Pennsylvania, agitation for child welfare legislation, which began in the early part of the century, did not achieve results until the closing years of the century. At the national Capitol, a Senate committee investigating industrial relations reported, time after time in each of these industrial states the sentiment of the public was aroused, organization was effected, and well-drafted bills were introduced only to be killed in committee, emasculated, or killed on the floor of the legislature, or passed with exceptions which rendered them entirely ineffective. Even the attempt to reduce the hours of children below 12 per day was bitterly contested and met by every known trick of legislative chicanery. 47. As a result of labor pressure, social legislation of various kinds slowly started to emerge. In 1877, Massachusetts passed the first American law requiring factory safeguards, and by 1887, 15 states had passed laws providing elementary safety measures in factories. By the same time, several states had restricted the labor of women and children. It was also during this period that a number of states established bureaus of labor or bureaus of labor statistics. The United States Bureau of Labor was founded in 1884.48. It is not to be expected that those who were exploiting labor so profitably would accept without resistance these attempts to curtail their ruthless activities. Where possible, they got around these laws through a loophole or legal technicality. Where no adequate enforcing agency was provided, they ignored the regulations. And in the vast majority of laws, no real enforcing agency existed. Few, if any, of the bureaus of labor statistics, for example, were equipped either with funds or personnel to function properly, and most of them were little more than names. Again, most of the laws which set up standards of wages, hours, and working conditions were to prevail only if the employers and workers did not make an agreement to the contrary. Other laws made it possible for the worker to maintain his rights only if he brought civil suits against his employer. Even more widespread were the laws which made violation by an employer punishable by fine, but left it up to the worker, or some other interested party, to initiate proceedings by informing the prosecuting attorney. 49. Role of the courts. Where labor succeeded in forcing legislatures to adopt social legislation, the courts weakened or entirely wiped out these gains by declaring the laws unconstitutional. Both the ironclad oath, which required a worker, as a condition of employment, not to join a union, and the blacklisting of workers were sanctioned by the courts as a necessary protection of property rights. When legislation was obtained, after years of labor's pressure, which outlawed ironclad oaths and forbade any corporation from firing a worker because he belonged to a union or was involved in an attempt to form one, the courts declared such laws unconstitutional. 50. Although laws had been passed in several states prior to the 80s designed to legalize the normal functioning of trade unions, they contained provisions which prohibited the use of force, threats, or menace of harm to person or property. Employers were quick to take advantage of this loophole to secure convictions of trade unionists for criminal conspiracy. The courts, as usual, cooperated eagerly, defining intimidation so loosely that even if no interference with the right to work had occurred, the mere inducing of workers to break their contract with an employer was considered a conspiracy. Indeed, the mere presence of a large number of strikers outside a mine or factory often resulted in convictions for conspiracy. In nearly every case where such convictions were appealed to the state supreme courts, the judgments of the lower courts were sustained. 51. Towards the latter part of the 80s, conspiracy indictments were replaced more and more by injunctions which the employers learned could be used to greater advantage in stopping union activity. Convictions for conspiracy depended on a jury, and as the hostility of farmers and small businessmen toward monopolistic corporations increased during the decade, the jury system became an unreliable instrument in the drive. The same cannot be said, however, of the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics. Under Carroll D. Wright, it won international renown and influenced the establishment of labor bureaus in every important European country and in Australia. Against unionization. Quite often local juries simply refused to return verdicts of guilty, and when they did convict, the sentences were usually very light and did not serve as a sufficient deterrent in preventing labor organization. As the decade advanced, dissatisfaction with the system of conspiracy indictments based on jury trials was voiced more and more in business journals. It was openly suggested that injunctions were a better means to curb trade unionism. Employers' associations hailed the injunction as a new and highly efficient instrument to prevent the organization of American industry. Soon injunctions were issued to prohibit boycotts and to prevent union leaders who were not employed by a company from approaching its workers for the purpose of organizing them. 52. The view that the courts had been captured by the corporate interests and were their subservient tools was advanced by no less an authority than Samuel Freeman Miller, who had been appointed by Lincoln as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. It is in vain, wrote Justice Miller, to contend with judges who have been at the bar advocates for 40 years, of railroad companies and all forms of associated capital, when they are called upon to decide cases where such interests are in contest. All their training, all their feelings are from the start in favor of those who need no such influence. 53. The attitude of the courts towards legislation aimed at improving working conditions fully bears out Justice Miller's evaluation. Statutes imposing minimum wages or maximum hours were declared by the Supreme Court to be mere meddlesome interference with the right of the individual, and any legislation limiting the power of the employer over the worker was no more than an arbitrary interference with the liberty of contract which no government can legally justify in a free land. 54. The state courts followed and expanded the arguments of the federal court and provided new rationalizations. A good example is the fate of a New York state law passed in 1885. It was designed to put an end to the sweating system by prohibiting the manufacture of cigars and other tobacco products in tenement houses in cities of first class. The New York Court of Appeals held the law unconstitutional, maintaining that it was an abuse of police power and an infringement of the cigar maker's liberties in that it sought to force him from his home and its hallowed associations and beneficent influences to ply his trade elsewhere. The same hypocritical concern for the liberty of the worker is revealed in the 1886 decision of the State Supreme Court of Pennsylvania declaring unconstitutional a law outlawing company stores. The court charged that, in the Clearfield case in Pennsylvania, 1884, the fine was only 6 cents each. In the Jones conspiracy case of R88R, the sentence was 1 day in jail. In the law, an attempt has been made by the legislature to do what, in this country, cannot be done. That is, to prevent persons who are sui juris from making their own contracts. The act is an infringement alike of the right of the employer and the employee. More than this, it is an insulting attempt to put the laborer under legislative tutelage, which is not only degrading to his manhood, but subversive of his rights as a citizen of the United States. 55. Thus we find the ironical situation of the courts arguing that the very legislation the workers demanded and fought for to defend their freedom was inimical to their interests in that it deprived them of their freedom. Professor Morris Raphael Cohen put it well when he commented caustically that the freedom to make $1 million is not worth a cent to one who is out of work. Nor is the freedom to starve, or to work for subsistence, one that any rational being can prize, whatever learned courts may say to the contrary. 56. Capital justifies mass poverty. We have seen enough to understand why workers all over the United States bitterly resented their conditions. It is only natural that they should complain. Whereas labor produces all the wealth of the world, the laborer receives only as much as will keep him in the poorest condition of life to which he can be crowded down, for the shortest number of years, that he makes civilization possible, and is reduced to barbarism, building houses not to own them, carriages not to ride in, growing food he may not eat, and weaving raiment he may not wear, that all of the arts and comforts that lift human life above the brute are present to tantalize him, and not to encourage him, that steam, electricity, chemistry and productive machinery are competitors and not cooperators with him, that his conditions of employment are debasing and not elevating, demoralizing and not self-controlling, and that, whereas he is the most important factor, he is treated as the least, that his home is in the tenement houses, back slums and alleys of the city, or the unhealthy lowlands of the suburbs, that his wife is forced from home and his children from school, that he cannot, as a laborer, hope for thanks. 57. When confronted with such a moving indictment of the existing social and economic system in the United States, the capitalist class and its allies hid behind the ideological concept of social Darwinism. Darwin himself had made no effort to apply the principle of evolution to the study of the social structure. This task was undertaken by Herbert Spencer, the English philosopher and social scientist, in his study of sociology, published in 1874 and widely reprinted and quoted in the United States during the 80s. Spencer's application of the biological doctrine of the adaptability and survival of the fittest to society was seized upon by big business to justify the existing social and economic conditions and to prevent any efforts to change them as restraints upon the natural process of economic life. 58. To the old notion that God rewarded the virtuous and punished the wicked was added the claim that the wealthy were the elect of the human race destined to be victorious in the contest for survival. The poorer classes, on the other hand, were inferior, stock-destined to a life of poverty. Those who were blessed with property were of the opinion voiced by John Hay, that you have property as proof of industry and foresight on your part or your father's, that you have nothing as a judgment on your laziness and vices, or on your improvidence. The world is a moral world, which it would not be if virtue and vice received the same reward. 59. University professors, clergymen, and newspaper editors, avid disciples of Spencer, wrote learned treatises and delivered lengthy sermons to prove that poverty is only a proof of indolence and vice. Wealth simply shows the industry and virtue of the possessor. The impecunious condition of millions of the wage classes of this country, went the common refrain, is due to their own improvidence and misdirected efforts. Too many are trying to live without labor, and too many squander their earnings on intoxicating drinks, cigars, and amusements, who cannot afford it. 60. The same theme was emphasized in Thomas Bailey Aldrich's novel, The Stillwater Tragedy, published serially in the Atlantic Monthly early in 1880. The factory workers at Stillwater, Aldrich wrote, 61 were poverty-stricken because they squander a quarter of their week's wages at the tavern. Francis A. Walker, a leading economist, advanced the theory that the workers were themselves to blame for their inadequate wages and poverty. Few things infuriated workers more than did this vicious propaganda of the ruling class and its agents. As one worker pointed out in a poignant letter to Henry D. Lloyd, a Midwestern reformer, I have seen my babies cry for bread. I have seen my wife lie sick and hungry in a cold house. I have searched from early morn until driven in by the darkness in search of work. I have taken in and done washing to get the wherewith to feed my hungry children. I have got down on my knees and begged for work, and was kicked in the breast and kicked out of the shop for asking for work. I have never touched a drop of whiskey in my life, I have never spent a cent of money in my life for liquor or tobacco in any form, yet. I have suffered this much, and I am not yet 30 years old. Having the labor question thus burned into my very life, do you wonder that I get mad and say mean things, and call men liars when they say that, if working men would quit drinking whiskey there would be no labor question? Bert Stewart 2. Henry Demarest Lloyd, January 14, 1887, Lloyd Papers, Wisconsin State Historical Society, Madison, Wisconsin, hereafter cited as WSHS. Because of their excessive reproduction, sexually, others found it more useful to place the blame upon unalterable economic laws. Because of such laws, the political economists pointed out, the workers could not really improve their conditions. Under the wages fund theory, widely advocated by the economists, any struggle by labor for higher wages was futile. That which was paid for labor in every country was a certain portion of the accumulated capital, which cannot be increased by the proposed action of government nor by the influence of public opinion, nor by combination among the workmen themselves. There is also in every country a certain number of laborers, and this number cannot be diminished by the proposed action of government, nor by public opinion, nor by combinations among themselves. Thus it was impossible to blame the employers for the abject poverty of the working class. 62. A huge conspiracy existed, in short, to convince the exploited workers that they had no just cause for complaint, that whatever poverty existed was due either to laziness or lack of restraint of the workers themselves or the operation of natural laws, and that they had better reconcile themselves to the fact that there was nothing they could do to change these unfortunate conditions. Labor was predestined to occupy its low station in life. The rank and file are assigned their duties and places by the captains of industry, wrote a leading economist. Men must be contented to work for less wages, the New York World declared. In this way the working men will be nearer to that station in life to which it has pleased God to call them. 63. Fortunately for themselves and for later generations of American labor, the vast majority of the workers were not contented. The laborer and capitalists are living in war relations, declared George E. McNeill. The feeling prevailed among workers that there is an ever-recurring conflict between the two classes, and it is succinctly expressed in the following excerpt from the preamble adopted by the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada, later known as the A.F. of L. In November, 1881. A struggle is going on between the oppressors and the oppressed. A struggle between capital and labor, which must grow in intensity year by year, and work disastrous results to the toiling millions, if not combined for mutual protection. 64. The labor press. Despite the seemingly insuperable obstacles placed in its way, labor was determined to organize. This determination was enforced by a growing labor press. It was estimated in January, 1885, that 17 monthly journals, published by as many unions and societies, 400 weeklies and a interesting and most influential was the weekly journal published and edited by John Swinton. On October 14, 1883, John Swinton resigned from his lucrative post as managing editor of the New York Sun to start his 4-page weekly, which he called Fohn Swinton's paper. My objects in starting it, he declared, were to raise the social question, and to induce the working people to bring their interests into politics. The paper's statement of principles, carried in the first issue, were: I. Boldly upholding the rights of man in the American way. 2. Battling against the accumulated wrongs of society and industry. 3. Striving for the organization and interests of working men, and giving the news of the trades and the unions. 4. Warning the American people against the treasonable and crushing schemes of millionaires, monopolists and plutocracy. 66. The paper kept up the good fight for almost 4 years with the help of its readers and local and national unions, which endorsed it as their official organ. But on August 21, 1887, the last number was published. Swinton had put $40,000 of his personal savings into the project. 67. Swinton's paper had the faults of every freelance enterprise, lacking real organic links with the trade union organizations of the day. Nevertheless, the paper, well edited, excellently written and interesting throughout, was constantly responsive to the needs of the trade unionists of New York and the rest of the country. It played a significant role in the upheaval of the American working class in the mid-80s, and, as we shall see, was a force for militant trade unionism and independent working class political action. It took great courage to publish a labor paper at that time. The employers knew full well the importance of the labor press, and they sought in every way to suppress these papers. The experience of J.P. McDonnell, socialist editor of the Patterson, N.J. Labor Standard, is a case in point. In 1879, 3 years after the weekly was founded, McDonnell was fined $sous and costs for denouncing the use of scabs in the Great Adams Strike. A year later, he was indicted by the grand jury for publishing the letter. Among the daily papers was the socialist New York Volkszeitung and the Trish World and American Industrial Liberator. During the 80s, the latter journal was transformed from a paper devoted almost entirely to events in Ireland to a paper which devoted more than one-half of its 8 pages to labor affairs. It also took courage to read and subscribe to a labor paper. On February 1885, Foon Swinton's paper declared bitterly, "To get an idea of what things are coming to in some quarters, take a few facts of this kind. There are American wage workers, descended from revolutionary sires, who dare not take this paper for fear of their employers. Several men think it safer to get the paper in roundabout ways or at post offices distant from their homes. To be caught with it in some of the slave mills of New England would cost a man as much as his wages are worth." Of a brickmaker in which the terrible conditions in the brickyards were exposed. The indictment aroused great indignation in labor circles. A circular issued by the trade unions of New Jersey asked, "Is American liberty dead?" and warned that if the capitalistic power succeeded in imprisoning the editor of the Labor Standard, there would be no free labor press. 68. McDonnell went to jail, but the labor press was not so easily crushed. The labor journals, whether daily, weekly or monthly, kept alive the message that in organization lay labor's hope for the future. The labor press met red baiting head-on. As the Irish World and American Industrial Liberator put it in 1884, the term communism has for a long time served as a bludgeon in the hands of the enemies of labor with which they have attempted to kill every reform movement that had any tendency to benefit American workingmen. As the slaveholders and their organs made the word abolitionist synonymous in the popular mind with all that was wicked, so capital and its organs have endeavored to prejudice public opinion with the free use of the epithet communism. 69. Not the least of the contributions of the labor press was its role in instilling confidence in the workers that they could end the miserable conditions under which they worked and lived. When cynical commentators in the commercial press observed, at the opening of the decade, that the labor movement had been too seriously weakened by the Depression which began in 1873 and lasted until 1879 ever to be able again to remedy the grievances of the working class, the Labor Review of Detroit wrote confidently on September 25, 1880, "Wait a little longer, have patience. Labor is waking from its long slumber. The rising giant is just now stretching and yawning. But his eyes are beginning to open and his sinews tightening, and soon he will make his strength felt in every phase of American life." The history of the labor movement of the 80s, the growth of labor organization on a hitherto unknown scale during this decade, is testimony to the accuracy of this prediction. Chapter 2. The Socialist Movement in the 80s. In a previous volume we have traced the history of socialist movements in the United States from the utopian stages of the 1820s and 184 O's to the founding of the Socialist Labor Party in 1877 and its development to the opening of the decade, 1880 to 1890. It is unnecessary in the present volume to recapitulate the history of American socialism before the L88 O's, but certain facts are of importance as they relate to the development of socialism after L880. LASSALLEANS and Marxists. American socialists in the 187 O's were divided into two groups. Lassalleans and Marxists. The former accepted Ferdinand Lassalle's belief in the iron law of wages, maintaining that since there was always a surplus of labor under capitalism, wages were always forced down to minimum levels. Therefore, any economic action by labor aimed at raising wages or shortening hours was futile. The Lassalleans considered trade unions as doomed to failure, stressed the omnipotence of political action and the founding of government-financed cooperatives that would gradually replace the capitalist system. The Marxists were not opposed to political activity. In fact, they held that every class struggle was a political struggle. But they placed Major C. Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in U.S., Volume I, pp. 167-79, 205-07, 2 230-34, 308 RO, 448-53, 469-73, 487-88, 489-91, 493-99. Most American labor historians, following the lead of Commons and Associates, History of Labor in the United States, New York, R9-R8, Volume 2, pp. 449, 5R4R5, have oversimplified this conflict of theories and tactics in the American socialist movement by speaking of the political socialists versus the trade union socialists. Actually, the issue revolved about the relationship between the trade unions and political action. Both wings were part of a political party, and the Marxists never rejected political action. 32. Emphasis upon building the trade unions to enable workers to fight for the improvement of their conditions, stressed the importance of combining trade union and political activities, and pointed out that a strong trade union movement was the necessary base for successful political action. Although Lassalleanism remained influential in the Socialist Labor Party throughout the 80s, the Marxist position of combining trade union and political activity became the accepted doctrine of the party. With this outlook, the SLP began to influence the formation of unions all over the country and to supply trade union leaders who exercised a militant influence in the labor movement. In 1881, the party membership had dwindled to less than 2,600, but the influence of the SLP in the labor movement far outweighed its numbers. Many of the unions of the late 70s and early 80s were of socialist parentage, outstanding examples being the organization of the carpenters and joiners, dress and cloak makers, seamen, cigar makers, furriers, and furniture workers. 1. City central labor bodies all over the country were organized by the socialists who continued to influence their policies throughout most of the 80s. 2. The Central Labor Union of New York. The most important central labor organization in the country was the Central Labor Union of New York. It was formed at a conference held on February 1882, attended by delegates from 14 unions. One of the addresses was made by Philip Van Patten, National Secretary of the Socialist Labor Party. Peter J. McGuire, leader of the English-speaking wing of the SLP and founder and secretary of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, was influential in drafting the platform of the Central Labor Union and in contributing a strongly socialistic spirit to the program. Although several sections of the platform were diluted with Lassalleanism, particularly the doctrine that producer cooperatives, financed by government credit, could ultimately eliminate capitalism, it did emphasize the Marxist idea that both trade union and political organization are necessary in the class struggle. 3. The Central Labor Union of New York grew rapidly. By August 1883, it had more than 60 affiliates, and 3 years later, 207 unions, representing about 150,000 members, were affiliated. The CLU did a great deal in stirring up public interest in the land question, the money, transportation, and general labor questions by holding mass meetings, parades, and festivals. It initiated the practice of making the first Monday in September Labor Day. It fought conspiracy laws aimed at labor by going into political action. It developed the use of the boycott. It assisted trade unions in their strikes by raising contributions from labor organizations. Thus, in July 1882, in support of the freight handlers' strike, the CLU raised $60,000 for the strikers. In August 1885, when a 2-week general strike took place in the cloak trade, involving 1,500 workers, the majority Jewish immigrants, the delegates of the Central Labor Union took an active part in helping to settle the strike. 4. All in all, the CLU illustrated the emergence of Marxism as an organic expression of the developing labor movement. It was the mainstream of New York labor, a powerful organization of white and Negro workers, American-born and foreign-born. Its leadership was socialistic, its principles radical. Other central trade councils in New York, organized and led by the socialists, were the United German Trades, the Jewish Workingmen's Union, and the United Hebrew Trades. 5. The Jewish Socialists. In the early 80s, a small group of Jewish socialist immigrants laid the foundation of what was later to develop into a strong socialist and trade union movement among the Jewish workers in this country. Many of these Jewish radicals were young people who had participated or were sympathetic to the Russian Revolutionary movement before coming to the United States. They had little experience in the trade union movement when they arrived here, and some even regarded the trade union struggle for working class improvements as a hindrance to the social revolution. 6. Several workers' vereins were organized among the Jewish immigrants in 1882, 1884 and 1885, the most important being the Jewish Workingmen's Union, formed on April 19, 1885. The JWU established a Yiddish labor and socialist organ, the New York Jewish Volkszeitung, which appeared first on June 25, 1886, and lasted until December 20, 1889, reaching a peak circulation of 5,000 copies. During these 3.5 years, the weekly contributed significantly to the development of labor and Marxist ideology among the Jewish workers. It reprinted Marx's classic pamphlet, Wage, Labor and Capital, and carried important theoretical discussions of Marxism along with announcements of all socialist, anarchist, and trade union gatherings. 7. During its 27 months' existence, the JWU did more effective organization work among the Jewish immigrant workers than all of the many previous vereins combined. By 1886, it had succeeded in organizing 14 unions with some 3,000 Yiddish-speaking members in such crafts as hat and cap blockers, shirt makers, grocery clerks, pants makers, pocket makers, tailors, cloak operators, barbers, compositors, and peddlers. It gave valuable organizing assistance to the general strike of cloakmakers in the New York contracting shops in 1885, and in 1886, organized an anti-sweatshop league which agitated for the abolition of the sweatshop and the whole contracting system. It also helped organize the strikes of cigar makers and furniture workers in June 1886. It is significant that every union organized by the Marxist JWU contained a clause in its constitution calling for independent labor action in politics. 8. The Arley unions of immigrant workers organized by the JWU enjoyed but a short life. Born primarily in strikes, these unions would all too frequently fall apart once the struggle was over. In addition to relentless attacks by the employers, the unions suffered setbacks because of the lack of experience of the Jewish socialists in the trade union movement. If the strike was lost, the union seemed futile. If it was won, it was judged to be no longer necessary to maintain the organization since the workers had accomplished their aims through the strikes. Moreover, while the anarchists found it necessary, in order to reach the immigrant workers, to participate in the leadership of the strikes, they did little to encourage the building of stable unions. On the contrary, many of the Jewish anarchists emphasized that trade unions were mere palliatives which could divert workers from the important struggle for the complete emancipation of the working class. The United Hebrew Trades. The experience of the JWU taught the Jewish socialists the importance of building strong, stable unions among the immigrant workers. This newly acquired knowledge was reflected in the birth and growth of the United Hebrew Trades, the first permanent federation of Jewish labor organizations. The United Hebrew Trades was organized on October 9, 1888, at a conference attended by 10 delegates and individuals, representing 3 existing Jewish unions: the Hebrew American Typographical Union, the Jewish Actors Union, and the Jewish Chorus Singers Union, 2 Socialist Labor Party branches: number 8, Yiddish-speaking, and number 17, Russian-speaking, and the United German Trades, which lent aid and organizational support to the Jewish workers. Bernard Weinstein, a cloakmaker, was chosen as recording secretary and Morris Hillquit, a shirtmaker, the first corresponding secretary. The conference adopted what was probably the clearest expression of Marxist theoretical doctrines in the labor movement of the 80s. In writing its own constitution, the UHT took as a basis the constitution of the powerful Central Labor Union of New York, but changed many Lassallean formulations in that document to Marxist ones with respect both to general principles and specific demands. The statement of principles called for the organization of the workers, for the purpose of mutual protection against the oppression of capitalism, and to make clear to the workers that they can free themselves from the yoke of capitalism through organization and trade unions on the one hand and through political struggle on the other. It went on to state that it was clear and obvious that, with the accumulation or concentration of capital in a few hands, so-called political freedom becomes no more than an empty phrase. There can be no peace between capital and labor under the present social system for the simple reason that capital consists of interest, rent, and profit unjustly taken from the worker who owns no land, property, or means of production. This statement of Marxian theory of value, price, and profit was reinforced by the paraphrase of another Marxist slogan: the liberation of the working class can be brought about only by the workers themselves, because no other class has any interest in bettering their conditions. The Declaration of Principles also stressed that in working class hands rests the future of our free institutions, and it is their destiny to replace the present iniquitous social system by a new order founded on justice, freedom, and the solidarity of all workers of the world. 9. The 3 unions affiliated with the UHT when it was founded had a total of 80 members. At its first meeting, the UHT selected an organizing committee which immediately went to work to revive the dormant unions of Jewish workers and to build new ones where none existed. At its second meeting, the committee reported that the shirtmakers' union had been revived. Soon after this, a pantsmakers' union, a knee pants makers' union, and a cloakmakers' union were organized to be followed by unions of Jewish musicians, bookbinders and purse workers. 6 months after the organization of the UHT, it had 11 affiliated organizations with 1,200 members, and by 1890, it had 22 affiliated local unions with an estimated membership of 6,000. It was to continue to grow during the early years of the 189 O's, at which time, 2 federations of Jewish workers, modeled after UHT of New York City, were organized by socialists in Philadelphia, Chicago, and Boston. 10. The role of the Socialist Labor Party in founding national unions, in organizing city central labor bodies, and in building local unions, especially among foreign-born workers, German, Jewish, Irish, Bohemian, Russian, Scandinavian, etc., was an outstanding contribution to the developing American labor movement. Unfortunately, the influence of Marxist ideas in the labor movement was not reflected in the growth of the SLP itself. Splits continued to plague and weaken the party. Thus, an important section of the SLP fell prey to the extreme leftist doctrinary of the anarchist school. The anarchists, from German immigrants who had experienced Bismarck's exception laws of 1878, which put all labor unions and radical political organizations under a ban, and from Russian and Italian immigrants who had experienced the repression of revolutionary activity in their own countries, numbers of American militant trade unionists and socialists heard about the formation of self-defense corps and secret preparation for the revolution in other countries. They could have learned from the feudal assassinations of czars and kings that terrorism was a hindrance to a struggle for political and economic liberation. But they were not yet mature enough to understand this lesson from history. As far back as 1875, a small group of German socialists in Chicago had formed an armed club to protect workers against military assaults. This club came to be known as the Lair and Weir v. Iran. The attack on the workers during the Great Strikes of 1877 by the police, the militia, and the United States Army resulted in spreading the movement. Although most of the members of the armed groups belonged to the SLP, the National Executive Committee denounced such organizations on the ground that they gave a false picture of the objectives and policies of the socialist movement. In 1878 all members of the SLP were ordered to leave these clubs, but this order was resented by the socialists in Chicago, and, together with other issues, led to a split in the party in 1880. That same year, a group that had seceded from the SLP in New York formed an organization known as the Social Revolutionary Club. Soon social revolutionary clubs sprang up in other cities: Boston, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and Chicago, where there were large foreign populations and immigrants whose new and bitter experiences in the class struggle in the United States made them particularly receptive to anarchist ideas. 11. The Chicago Club, the most important in the movement, was led by Albert R. Parsons and August Spies. Parsons was the outstanding Native American socialist personality in the Midwest. August Spies, a German-born worker who joined the socialist movement after the 1877 railroad strike, became one of America's leading socialist orators and journalists, speaking and writing fluently in both English and German. Both Parsons and Spies were militant trade unionists who had run for office on the socialist ticket in Chicago. But both had lost faith in political action and were searching for a new method to meet the attacks by the police upon the working class and their organizations, the most brutal of which had occurred in Chicago. 12. The police of Chicago, Wright, Bogart, and Thompson, reflected the hostility of the employing class regarding strikes per se as evidence that the men had placed themselves in opposition to law and order. It had become a pastime for a squad of mounted police, or a detachment in close formation, to disperse with the billy any gathering of workingmen. The billy was an impartial instrument. Men, women, children, and shopkeeping bystanders alike composed its harvest. It was the police, aided by the Pinkertons, who added the great leaven of bitterness to the contest. To the workingmen they furnished concrete and hateful examples of the autocracy against which they protested. 13. The International Working People's Association, a national conference of social revolutionary clubs, was held in Chicago in L88R. The meeting was called by the New York Club, which had participated in a London Congress, where efforts were made to revive the International Working People's Association, the so-called Black International, the organization of anarchists founded by Bakunin, who had brought disruption to the European labor movement and caused the split in the First International, from which he was expelled by the Marxists. Returning from the London Convention, where they had affiliated their club with the IWPA, the New York Social Revolutionaries brought back with them the doctrine of propaganda by deed. They advocated conspiratorial action and individual terror against the ruling class as the only way to rouse the masses to revolt. The 1881 convention of the Social Revolutionary Clubs did not result in a unified organization, but a name, the Revolutionary Socialist Party, and a platform were adopted. The platform urged the organization of trade unions on communistic principles and asserted that aid should be given only to those unions which were progressive in character. The platform also denounced the ballot as an invention of the bourgeois to fool the workers, and recommended independent political action only in order to prove to workers the inequity of our political institutions and the futility of seeking to reconstruct society through the ballot. The chief weapon to be used in combating the capitalist system were the armed organizations of workingmen who stand ready with the gun to resist encroachments upon their rights. 14. Not until the arrival of Johann Most in America in 1882 did the social revolutionary movement truly unite its ranks and become an active force. A powerful orator, a caustic and brilliant writer, temperamental and egotistical, he rapidly became the acknowledged leader of the American anarchists. Following a tour of the country, Most helped pave the way for a Congress of American Anarchists at Pittsburgh in October 1883. 26 cities were represented at the convention, where the International Working People's Association was formed. Most, Parsons and Spies were the outstanding delegates. Most dominated the convention. An ardent advocate of terroristic tactics, he opposed the struggle for immediate demands: shorter hours, higher wages, better working conditions as mere sops thrown to the working class which only served to tie them closer to the capitalist system. The manifesto of the IWPA, written in the main by Most, made no reference either to political action or to immediate demands. It emphasized the destruction of the existing class rule by all means, that is, by energetic, relentless, revolutionary, and international action, and the establishment of a free society based upon cooperative organization of production. The manifesto ended with an appeal to one remedy for the evils of capitalism: force. 15. Two distinct elements were present at the Pittsburgh Congress, united primarily by their opposition to political action. The delegates from New York and other eastern cities, led by Most, favored individualistic acts of terrorism. The western delegates, led by Parsons and Spies, agreed with Most on the futility of political action and the value of force, but they believed firmly in trade union work. In theory, they now held the view that the trade union was not to contend for immediate demands. Its sole function was to struggle for the complete destruction of capitalism and the formation of a new society. Basing itself upon the direct action of the rank and file, the trade union, as the embryonic group of the future society, would build the foundations of the free society. Its chief weapon as a fighting unit against capitalism would be force and violence. The manifesto called upon the workers to unite, to arm and to throw off the yoke of slavery. Let the tyrants tremble. The day of judgment is not far. This mixture of anarchism and syndicalism came to be known as the Chicago Idea. It was adopted by the Pittsburgh Congress because the Western faction had enough votes to push it through. Most in his faction were not interested in this phase of the manifesto, and only capitulated when it became obvious that a split might result if they rejected it. As far as they were concerned, it was purely a statement on paper, for they had little intention of concentrating on trade union organization aside from attempting to win the membership of the unions to the support of anarchist theory and practice. Although the manifesto, in theory, emphasized that the trade union was not to contend for immediate demands, in practice, the followers of the LWPA were often compelled, in order to win a hearing from the workers, to support immediate demands. Consequently, the LWPA sons, spies, Michael Schwab, Sam Fielden, and others, penetrated deeply into the trade union movement. Many workers joined the International. Chicago alone had 5,000 to 6,000 members, and the social revolutionaries in the Windy City published 5 papers. The Alarm in English, a fortnightly edited by Parsons with an edition of 2,000 to 3,000, in German, the Daily Arbeiterzeitung, edited by Spies, with an edition of 3,600, the Vorbote, and a daily in Bohemian. By staging impressive mass demonstrations and parades, conducting speaking tours all over the Midwest, the Chicago social revolutionaries were able to exert much greater influence than their numbers would indicate. They dominated the Central Labor Union of Chicago, which consisted of 22 unions in 1886, among them the 7 largest in the city. They participated in most of the labor struggles of the Midwest and helped workers in their battles regardless of their affiliation or social philosophy, but they repeatedly made it clear that immediate demands were of no importance. Direct action force, violence, these were the cure-alls. As the following resolution of the Chicago Central Labor Union, introduced by Spies in October 1885, put it, "We urgently call upon the wage-earning class to arm itself in order to be able to put forth against their exploiters such an argument which alone can be effective." Violence. 16. The SLP lost many of its members in the anarchist split. Section after section seceded and joined the more militant International Working People's Association. By the end of 1883, the former had dwindled to 1,500 members, while by 1885 the latter boasted a membership of 7,000.11. This was the high point of the LWPA's growth. The basic weakness of the anarchist position, the hysteria created after the Haymarket bombing in May 1886, and the more militant position adopted by the SLP, re-established this party as the leading revolutionary organization in the United States. Marxists and anarchists, conscious of the confusion in the public mind between anarchism and socialism, *, the SLP tried to make the fundamental differences clear. In April 1883, Philip Van Patten wrote directly to Frederick Engels, co-founder with Karl Marx of scientific socialism, pointing out that Joe, in their tour of the United States, Edward and Eleanor Marx Aveling went to great pains to show the difference between socialism and anarchism. The mistake into which the Americans had fallen, they wrote, was the common one, that anarchism is revolutionary. Anarchism is reactionary, and the Socialist Labor Party of America, like its most recent speakers, are not anarchists because they are revolutionaries. Op. Cit. J. 21. Hahn Most and his friends in the United States were boasting that Most has stood in close relation to Marx, and that Marx had been in agreement with the propaganda which Most had conducted. Mast's anarchist activities had already done us, the socialists, too much harm here, Van Patten emphasized. Hence he felt that Engels' opinion, as to the attitude of Karl Marx on the question of anarchism versus socialism, would help the American socialists overcome these effects. In his reply, Engels made it quite clear that the Marxism had nothing in common with anarchist nonsense, that Marx had opposed anarchism from the first day it was put forward in its present form by Bakunin, and that anyone who asserted that Most had any relations with Marx or received any assistance from the latter has been deceived or is deliberately lying. Van Patten was authorized to publish Engels' letter. In 1886, the SLP pamphlet, Socialism and Anarchism, Antagonistic Opposites, proclaimed its protest against being confounded and in any way identified with anarchists of any type. We are the implacable enemies of all anarchism. Commenting on the anarchist theory of force and violence, the pamphlet explained, "We may have to fight for the redemption of the working class from the threatening complete thraldom But the war must be forced upon us. We must try our best efforts to avoid it, and though this may be impossible in most European states, we must and do consider it possible in the United States, and wherever freedom of speech and of the press, the right to peacefully assemble and organize, and universal suffrage, inclusive of the suffrage of women, are not curtailed by existing laws. We are fully outspoken in our ideas and aims, all our working for liberation is above board, we shun secret organization for our purposes. 18. It was not enough, however, to distinguish between the theoretical confusion of the anarchists and the clarity of Marxism. What the SLP failed to grasp was the real reason for the influence of the International Working People's Association in the trade unions. The association did not devote itself exclusively to the propagation of its theories through lectures and literature, but also assumed leadership in strike struggles, especially in the fight for the 8-hour day. Consequently, although the association had its main membership among German immigrants, it had made significant inroads among American workers in the trade unions. In his letter to Van Patten, dated London, April 18, 1883, Engels briefly summarized the fundamental difference between Marxism and anarchism. See Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, Letters to Americans, 1848-1895, New York, 1953, pp. 137-38. Van Patten's letter to Engels is reprinted in Ibid, page 137n. The reference is to Michael A. Bakunin, 1814-1876, the Russian ideologist of anarchism who led a factional conspiracy in the First International and was expelled at the Hague Congress in 1872. Role of German-American Socialists. In large measure, it was the influence of the German-American Socialists that retarded the SLP's development. Throughout the 80s, Engels repeatedly castigated the German-American Socialists for their sectarian approach to the American labor movement. He complained that they did not appreciate the fact that our theory was not a credo but a guide to action, something that was living, not dead. Their refusal on principle to learn English was to him not only an example of their narrow-mindedness, but also of their political ineptitude. No wonder that Engels, in a letter to Sorge, declared in exasperation that, if the whole German Socialist Labor Party went to pieces, it would be a gain, but we can hardly expect anything so good as that. 19. Despite the hold of the German Americans, the SLP did take some steps to Americanize itself. At the 1885 convention, attended by 33 delegates, representing 41 sections and about 4,000 members, it was decided to establish an English party organ. In addition, the party was divided into sections by nationality in order to allow the establishment of purely American sections. 20. Although it praised this action, O.H.N. Swinton's paper pointed out correctly that the party's influence would never grow as long as the German-American Socialists remained isolated from the mass labor movement. They would continue to remain isolated, it emphasized, so long as they refused to learn English and confined their activities to German-speaking workers. The German Americans of this city, or of the country at large, have not 1/10 of the social, moral, or political influence they would have if they would all learn to speak, read, and write the American language. Multitudes of them are isolated from the general life of their community by their inability to do so. What a stream of new thought they would pour through the country if they commanded the country's tongue. We are aware that the German is a rich, ripe, delicate, subtle and mellifluous language, but so also is the American, which is spoken by over 50 millions of our progressive population, white and black. 21. Engels agreed wholeheartedly with this criticism. He believed that in order for the socialists to play an important role in America, they will have to doff every remnant of foreign garb, and to become out-and-out American. They cannot expect the Americans to come to them, they the minority and the immigrants must go to the Americans, who are the vast majority and the natives. And to do that, they must above all things learn English. 22. Engels, of course, did not underestimate the enormous contributions the foreign-born, immigrant workers made to the growth of the American labor movement. He understood, too, that in encouraging since 1872 the formation of branches among foreign-born workers, the members of which conducted meetings and educational work in languages other than English, the SLP was acknowledging a necessity that grew out of the diverse national group components of the American working class. As the Arbeiterzeitung, organ of the Jewish socialists, explained, because only we, the Jewish-speaking citizens, can succeed among Jewish immigrants, and because we speak their language only for these reasons do we organize a special Jewish body. The Yiddish language is our material. To remove all division between Jew and Gentile in the labor world is one of our aims. 23. As we have seen, the immigration of the 188 O's had so changed the composition of the labor force that in many industries the foreign-born constituted the majority of workers. In recognizing the fact that the immigrant workers needed to be organized on a national group basis with the old language as the means of organization, the SLP made an important contribution to the growth of the American labor movement. What was wrong with the work of the SLP was not that it operated among the foreign-born workers and used their national and folk language, the only language understood by the immigrants, as a medium for organization. Rather, it was that the socialists did not understand that the extension of Marxist influence in the United States was intimately bound up with the spread of their message, as Swinton put it, to the 50 millions of our progressive population, white and black. They made no special effort, for example, to reach the hundreds of thousands of Negro workers. Indeed, they completely neglected the vital problems facing this important section of the American working class, such as discrimination in American political and economic life, deprivation of civil liberties, and lynchings. It is true that the 1885 SLP convention came out for universal suffrage regardless of race, sex, and color, but no other specific demands of the Negro people were included in the platform. On September 19, 1886, Drive. Edward Aveling, Eleanor Marx Aveling, and Wilhelm Liebknecht, German socialist leader, came to the United States. Dr. Aveling, an English physiologist and socialist, and his wife, Eleanor Marx, the daughter of Karl Marx, lectured at various places under the auspices of the SLP. They helped to sow the seeds of socialist doctrine among English-speaking workers, and influenced the socialists to play a leading role in the great mass political upheaval of the labor movement in the fall of 1886. This represented the first time in the 188 O's that the SLP became an integral part of the mass labor movement in the United States. 24. But the Avellings were not too successful in their efforts to transform the SLP into an American party. The influence of the German-American sectarian elements was still too pronounced. The Avellings left the United States convinced that there was fertile ground here for the socialists if they worked correctly. They were impressed by the existence in this country of a vast body of unconscious working-class socialists, who, after hearing an exposition of socialist doctrines, would exclaim, "Well, if that is socialism, we are socialists." 25. The proof of the Avellings' observation that great masses of the American people were ready for the message of the socialists is seen in the restless searching of Americans in this period to find something better than the existing unsatisfactory economic system, to replace competition with cooperation and private ownership with social ownership. This was reflected in the formation of the Society of Christian Socialists * in 1889 by ministers and professors, led by William D. P. Bliss, George D. Herron, and Richard T. Ely, with the aim of bringing all social, political, and industrial relations into harmony with the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, in the spirit and according to the teachings of Jesus Christ. 26. It was also reflected in the appearance of some 40 utopian socialist novels which pictured the glorious future awaiting all Americans if only they would replace the existing system with one based upon principles of common sense. Bellamy and the Nationalist Movement. The most influential of these utopian novels was the literary sensation of the 188 O's Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward. Public demand for the novel was so great that the printer could not keep up with it. Over 1 million copies were sold in a few years, and at one point it was selling at the rate of 1,000 per day. Bellamy's main plank, the nationalization of industry, stimulated the growth of a short-lived socialistic movement, the Nationalist Clubs, which began in Boston in 1888, and spread overnight across the country. Linked together loosely through correspondence and exchange of lectures, and recruiting their membership mainly from the urban middle class, the nationalist groups sought to remedy the fundamental evils of capitalism by nationalizing the functions of production and distribution. When this was accomplished, a true democratic and popular society will become. The Christian Socialists emphasized municipal ownership of light, heating, and transit companies, the nationalization of the telegraph and railroads, and the establishment of postal savings banks as preparatory steps to the complete socialization of all industries. Meanwhile, taxes should be levied to reduce the glaring inequalities of wealth. W. D. P. Bliss, What is Christian Socialism? 1890, pamphlet. Possible as never before, for the first time in history, the world will behold a true republic, full-minded, full-ordered, complete a republic, social, industrial, political. This new society was to be instituted through a gradual reform process. The ends were to be sought by rational, peaceful means. 27. The movement proposed to take over industry after industry as the public became prepared for it. Its first demands were for the nationalization of the telegraph, telephone, express service, railroads, and coal mines, the municipalization of local franchises, the equalization of educational opportunities, and civil service reform. 28. Although the nationalist movement had little in common with scientific socialism and Bellamy himself went to great pains to point out that he was no Marxist, it did contribute to the growth of socialist thought in this country. Despite its shortcomings, Looking Backward continued for many years to constitute for many Americans their first introduction to socialism. It was the duty of the socialists to reach the American workers and their allies who were restlessly searching for a remedy for the evils of developing monopoly capitalism. It was their duty to bring to them the message of Marxism, to encourage and deepen their resentment against the inequities in American life until it assumed mass proportions. In order to achieve these aims, the socialists should have been in the very center of all agitation and movements to teach the workers that fundamental changes in their conditions could only come with a fundamental change in the social structure, and that this change could not come about as a result of the response of the capitalists to logical arguments. They should have been in the center of all movements that led in the direction of separating the workers from the two old parties and toward establishing an independent party for the working class and its allies. Contributions of the SLP. The Socialist Labor Party did carry out some of these functions in the 188 O's. In a decade of tremendous class struggles, the SLP brought a stimulus and freshness of view and interest to the entire labor movement. It was instrumental in the formation and growth of important national trade unions, local unions and city central labor organizations, and its rank and file did heroic work in the Knights of Labor. It sharply differentiated socialism from anarchism, which in these years sought to penetrate the American labor movement. It led struggles of the workers which won for them important gains in higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions. Among the immigrant workers, the SLP laid the foundation for militant labor organizations that were soon to assume major importance in the American trade union scene. All such unions of foreign-born workers were affiliated with and became a part of the general American labor movement. Nevertheless, the Socialist Labor Party failed to develop a solid Marxist program and leadership, and those in the party who could actually be called Marxists were few and far between. During much of this period, Lassalleanism exerted too dominant an influence in the party with results which, as we shall see, were disastrous for socialist influence in the labor movement, especially in the Knights of Labor. Finally, throughout this whole period, the SLP retained its almost exclusive German composition with a scattering of Jews, Poles, Bohemians, and Italians. The Socialist Labor Party of the 80s, observes Justice Ebert, was a German party and its official language was German. The American element was largely incidental. 29. Although the socialists of the 188 O's made important contributions to the development of the American labor movement, they were separated from the American workers by tradition, language, and experience. Consequently, they failed, in Engels' words, to use their theory as a lever which could set the American masses in motion. It was not until September 1889 that the national officers of the SLP who still adhered to the Lassallean attitude of favoring political action at the total expense of trade union activity were deposed and replaced by men who emphasized the need to expand trade union activity. Justice Ebert, American Industrial Evolution, New York, 1907, pp. 66-67. Since this work was published, the writer has published When Karl Marx Died. Comments in 1883, New York, 1973. Of special pertinence to the chapter above is that part of the book dealing with the Great Cooper Union Institute rally in New York City which mourned the teacher. This gathering of over 10,000 workers was the largest tribute to the memory of Marx in the United States or Europe at that time. The daily press reported that a hall twice the size would have been filled to overflowing, so great was the regard of the masses for the memory of the great labor champion, Karl Marx. Among the speakers at the meeting were John Swinton and P.J. Maguire. Chapter 3. Rise of the Knights of Labor. The labor scene during most of the 80s was dominated by the Noble Order of the Knights of Labor. The meteoric career of this organization has had few if any parallels in the history of the labor movement of the world. Historians have differed more sharply in their interpretations of the rise and decline of the KFL than perhaps about any other phase of American labor history. On one point, however, all historians agree. All previous labor movements in the United States seem insignificant in contrast to the KFL. 1. We have described in a previous volume the history of the KFL. From its birth in 1869 to 1881 when the order abandoned secrecy and voted to make the name of the organization public. The real growth of the Knights dates from the year 1881. Growth of K. of L. After 1881. After a drop in membership in 1881, 1882 showed 42,519 and the next year 51,914 in the Knights. By September 1884, when the order celebrated the 15th and most successful year of knighthood, the membership rolls showed an increase of about 20,000, bringing the total to 71,326.2. The membership had tripled in a period of 3 years, jumping from 19,000 in 1881 to over 70,000 in the summer of 1884. And this in the face of such discouraging factors as the Industrial Depression which began in 1883, a backlog of unsuccessful strikes, and the membership rivalry of another organization, the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada, plus the Journal of United, see Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the U.S., Volume I, pp. 434-38, 477 greater than 480, 484, 504-12. Many local assemblies maintained the most rigid secrecy throughout their existence, still fearing victimization by employers. J. CPP. 93 G6. 47. Labor, founded in 1880 as the official organ of the society, declared gleefully on July 25, 1884. The enemies of organized labor asserted last September that the Knights of Labor were breaking up and fast going to pieces. Well, we have broken up in this manner by organizing 561 new assemblies, reorganizing 34 old ones, establishing 12 new district assemblies, and reorganizing 2 old ones. The order was never in such good condition, both financially and numerically, as at present. But the period of the order's greatest growth still lay ahead. 2 developments occurred in 1885 that were to send the membership skyrocketing. One was the success of the militant boycotts which the Knights conducted against many establishments hostile to Union labor. The other was the successful strike which it led against 3 Gould railroads, the Wabash, the Missouri, Kansas and Texas, and the Missouri Pacific. Role of boycotts. Boycotts were not mentioned in the order's constitution and were not employed during the first years of its existence. But by 1885 the K.F.L. had become the most successful boycotting agency in the history of the American labor movement. Boycotts were levied against newspapers, manufacturers and dealers in hats, cigars, clothing, carpets, dry goods, shoes, stoves, flour, beer, pianos and organs. Owners of hotels and theaters, and of excursion steamers, builders, coal mining companies, and many others felt the pressure of the boycott. In practically every case, the boycott was also a secondary boycott, the person or firm disregarding the boycott being boycotted in turn. The term boycott becomes so common that it was frequently used interchangeably with strike. 3 So popular was the boycott by 1885 that a good Union man went to considerable trouble to study lists, and one Union man complained in the summer of 1885 that, to be a sincere and systematic boycotter now, requires the carrying about of a catalog of the different boycotted firms or articles, and, if you have a family, another catalog is required for their use. 4 notices of boycotts appeared in overwhelming numbers in the labor press, in public halls and in union halls. Circulars and handbills were posted even in workers' kitchens to make your wives and all members of your families aware of the names of the boycotted products. 5. On being questioned about the principle on which boycotting was based, John Swinton replied, "It is an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. The law is laid down by Moses." The employers say, "We will." Bradstreet's listed 196 boycotts as having taken place throughout the country in 1885, of which 59 ended successfully, 23 were failures, and 4 were still pending at the close of the year. December 19, 1885. Blacklist you, whereupon the men reply, "We will boycott you." That is the whole story. 6. There was, however, more to the story. Boycotts were invoked by the Knights in 3 general cases. As a means of organizing without the use of a strike. 2. To organize a shop or factory when a strike was proving unsuccessful. 3. To tie up plants of an anti-union firm in communities that could not be easily reached by the union. 7. In practically every case, however, the boycott was used in retaliation only when the employers locked out members of the union and replaced them with scab labor. As the power of the boycott became evident, some employers put signs in front of their plants on which was inscribed the notice, "The company prefers to employ organized labor." 8. An energetic boycott was carried out in L885 against the hats sent to the markets by the hat manufacturers in South Norwalk, Connecticut, who locked out members of the K.F.L. in their factories. All over the country the cry to boycott the South Norwalk hats was heard, and thousands of workers intent upon getting new hats looked under the sweatband of the merchandise offered them in the stores. If they found there the brand of any of the Norwalk firms, they refused to purchase. The boycott was so effective that many dealers cut out the brand. In the end, the protest of the customers forced the Norwalk firms to end their lockout and the boycott was withdrawn. 9. An example of the perfect local boycott was one in Orange, New Jersey, against Berg's Hat Factory, the only unfair firm among the 20 hat factories in the town. The boycotting union had the local dealers so well under control that brewers refused to furnish beer to saloon keepers who sold drinks to strikebreakers employed in Berg's factory. One manufacturer discharged an employee because he lived with his brother who worked for Berg's. 10. The most famous boycott of the 80s was conducted by Typographical Union No. 6, with the aid of the Knights, against the New York Tribune. The dispute began in 1877 when Whitelaw Reid, its owner, declared his hostility to the printers by ordering a reduction in wages. The boycott was begun in 1883 and ended in 1892 when the officials of the newspaper announced that the Tribune is now a strict union office. 11. During the boycott of the Tribune, the union maintained its own weekly newspaper, The Boycotter, 1884 to 1886, later called the Union Printer, 1886 to 1887, to present its side of the controversy. Every subscriber of the Tribune who cancelled his subscription could receive a subscription to the Boycotter. 12 in its nationwide campaign against the Tribune and its advertisers, the union used every kind of appeal, including even verse, in which it called upon workers to buy not of those who patronize, who thus defer its certain doom, and boycott those who advertise their business in the rat. Tribune. 13. Over a score of newspapers were being boycotted in 1885 to 86, many of them because they refused to hire union printers and others because of their anti-labor views. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch was placed under a boycott at a meeting in the fall of 1885 of the various assemblies and trade unions of the city because this rat paper had time and again misrepresented the Knights of Labor and heaped abuse and insult upon all who belonged to or favor labor organizations. 14. The Gould Strike of 1885. In spite of the hostility of its leadership to the strike as a weapon, the K. of L attained its greatest membership as a result of the order's role during strikes. Quite a few unions joined the order during a strike. A strike would originate under the union's auspices and then become a concern of the Knights, with the union affiliating with the order to gain from its growing influence and power. 15. Typical is the case of the Brussels workers of Philadelphia who were locked out in 1884 by the manufacturers after they had refused to accept a wage cut. During the strike which followed, the workers voted to turn over their union in a body to the K of L. When the manufacturers learned of this, they sent for the committee and desired a compromise before they, the workers, entered the order. But the committee was inflexible. An assembly of the K of L, number 3266, was organized, and on the very next day, the manufacturers sent for the men to go to work on Monday at the old prices. So much for the K of L moral support, wrote the national secretary of the order jubilantly. We are getting respected and feared. 16. The K of L really became respected and feared when it won a tremendous strike victory against one of the greatest capitalists of the day. Of all the robber barons of the post-Civil War era, the most hated by the people at large was the notorious Jay Gould, described by Karl Marx as the octopodous railway king and financial swindler. 17. Gould's labor philosophy was summed up in few words. I can hire one half of the working class to kill the other half. He also boasted that this policy enabled him to hire workers at starvation wages and to keep them at that level as long as he needed them. 18. Plated workers of Gould's enterprises. The first national strike under the aegis of the Knights was called in the summer of 1883 in behalf of the telegraph operators, including those employed by the Western Union controlled by Gould. The two Eastern companies agreed to the demands of the strikers for higher wages and better working conditions, but the strike of the Western Union telegraph operators was savagely crushed. The workers were forced to disband their organization and to sign ironclad oaths. 19. Gould's victory over the order was short-lived. The Knights turned their attention to the Gould railroad system in the Southwest, concentrating on shopmen, trackmen, and other workers not included in the railroad brotherhoods, which represented the engineers, firemen, conductors, and brakemen. In October 1884, the Missouri Pacific Railroad, the backbone of Gould's southwestern system, slashed the wages of the shopmen 10%. 4 months later, in February 1885, a wage cut of 5% was added. A similar wage cut was handed out to the shopmen of the Missouri, Kansas and Texas and the Wabash Railroads. 20. The showdown came immediately after the wage cut was announced. On February 27, 1885, the day after they received their wage cuts, the Wabash shopmen went out on strike, and were followed several days later by their fellow workers on the Missouri Pacific and the Missouri, Kansas and Texas. On March 9, 1885, the strike became general on all points of the Southwestern Railroad system, involving 10,000 miles of railroad and 4,500 workers in all the important shops of the Southwestern system in Missouri and Texas. The headline in the New York Times of March 9 read, "A revolt against low wages on the Gould system." Local assemblies of the Knights leapt to the support of the strikers. The first to act was LA 3218. This local of the Union Pacific employees had been organized during a brief but successful strike of shopmen in May 1884, under the leadership of Joseph R. Buchanan, the militant, socialist editor of the weekly newspaper, The Labor Inquirer, published in Denver, Colorado. LA 3218 appropriated $30,000 and sent Buchanan to assist the strikers. 21. Equally important for the striking shopmen was the fact that prior to 1883, the Knights were involved only in local strikes, chiefly in the mining district. The wages of shopmen on the Southwestern system were $2 per day for a 60-hour working week. Actually, there was no limit on the working hours since the workers were often required to put in extra hours without extra pay. One shopman recalled later, "At this time there was no hour limit. I have been called time and again to go out with only an hour or two at the terminal and no sleep or rest at all." Quoted in Ruth A. Allen, The Great Southwest Strike, Austin, Texas, 1942, page 28. Railroad brotherhoods also rallied to their support. As a result, all freight traffic was suspended on the Southwestern system. In vain, management tried to move about 1,500 freight cars tied up in the yards. When an engine was fired up and attached to a train, the engineer was approached by a strikers' committee with the plea, "For the sake of your family and ours, don't take out that engine." The train did not move. 22. Aware that popular sympathy was on the side of the strikers, the Gould management ordered the wage cuts rescinded. The wage scale was restored to its former level, and the company agreed that no worker would be dismissed for participating in the strike. On March 16, the strike was officially ended. 23. The prestige of the K of L among railroad workers soared as a result of the victory. The influx of the shopmen into the order, which had already begun in earnest during the strike, now became a flood as thousands more from the southwestern system flocked to become knights. The knights also absorbed several existing lodges and unions of railroad workers, uniting skilled and unskilled workers on the southwestern system into what promised to become a compact fighting body. 24. Jay Gould did not intend to allow that compact fighting body to exist without a struggle. The Gould management decided to destroy the local assemblies on the southwestern system by discharging their leaders and the most militant rank and filers. The Wabash Railroad management was the first to strike out against the Knights. The members of the order were laid off by the railroad, and on June 16, the shops were closed down completely. The officers of the Knights correctly concluded that the shutdown was an effort to break the union, and declared that the men had been locked out. On August 18, the Knights declared a strike on the Wabash, and when this brought no response from the management, the General Executive Board of the Knights issued a general order to all assemblies on the Union Pacific and the southwestern system directing their members to refuse to repair or handle in any manner Wabash rolling stock until further orders. 25. Had this order gone into effect, a nationwide railroad strike on the order of the Great Strike of 1877 would probably have broken out. But Gould knew that the times called for a temporary retreat, and, acting upon a suggestion from the Knights, he called a conference of the railway officials and the General Executive Board of the K of L. At the conference, Gould blandly assured the Knights that he was a very much misunderstood and maligned man, that he believed in labor organization and the arbitration of all labor difficulties, and that he would always endeavor to do what was right. 26. In September 1885, District Assembly IOI was formed, comprising all the local assemblies of the southwestern system. The Knights demanded the dismissal of all scabs and the reinstatement of all discharged men, with the leaders of the strike to be given priority. They also required assurance that in the future no discrimination would be shown against members of the order by the railroads. These terms were presented by Powderly and Fred Turner, General Secretary of the K of L, to A. Talmadge, General Manager of the Wabash, on September 3. The next day, Powderly and Turner received an urgent wire from R. W. Drew, K of L leader in Sedalia, Missouri. "Unless Wabash troubles are settled today, I cannot hold southwestern system in longer." Informed of this telegram, Gould and the officials of the railway settled substantially on the terms presented by the Knights, and Gould person ally declared his readiness to arbitrate all labor difficulties that might arise. 27. Upsurge in membership. When Jay Gould capitulated, it marked the high point in the power of American and, perhaps, worldwide labor organizations up to that time. "The Wabash victory," said the St. Louis Chronicle, "is with the K of L. No such victory has ever before been secured in this or any other country." 28. The spectacular triumph over one of the greatest capitalists of the day brought thousands of new workers into the ranks of the K of L. All the pent-up feeling of bitterness and resentment which had accumulated during the 2 years of depression, in consequence of the repeated cuts in wages and the intensified domination by employers, now found vent in a rush to organize under the banner of the powerful Knights of Labor. 29. Forgotten was the fact that most of the strikes conducted by the K of L. up to this time were failures. The disastrous end of the telegraphers' strike in 1883, the long, bitter and unsuccessful struggle of the Hocking Valley miners, which began in June 1884 and ended in March 1886, with the miners returning to work at a drastic wage cut of 70 cents a ton, and resigning from the Union. The defeats sustained by the Fall River Spinners in 1884, and the fatal ending of other strikes. A new day had dawned for American labor when Gould surrendered. What employer could now hold out against the Knights? Already the employers were learning the lesson of the victory over Gould. 1 month after Gould capitulated, the great lumber strike in the Saginaw Valley of Michigan, which began on July 15, ended in a victory for the strikers. Thomas B. Berry, leader of the strike, was an outstanding figure in the order. 30. All at once the whole world of labor seemed to fly to the Knights. Workers began rushing into the order like prospectors to a reported gold rush. "The only trouble we have now," wrote one organizer, "is to keep men out of the order." A member of the order at La Crosse, Wisconsin, was besieged by hundreds of workers asking him to organize them. H.G. wrote to Powderly in December, 1885. I have been here for the last week. I have 3 assemblies ready to organize, but there is no organizer here. I wish you would inform me of the nearest organizer there is to this place. I have in one place here 150 members and another 93 and another 56, 31. It was a typical experience. New locals sprang up with lightning rapidity, 700 in the 3 months ending January 25, 1886, as many as in all of the preceding years since the order was founded, 515 in February, 417 in the first part of March, 6 go in the last 15 days of April, and 877 in May, 1886. Between July, 1885, and October, 1886, membership in the Knights of Labor jumped from no. to over 700,000. Never in all history, John Swindon joyfully declared, has there been such a spectacle as the march of the Order of the Knights of Labor at the present time. 32. The organization grew so rapidly during this period that the leadership became worried by exaggerated accounts published by newspapers which were seeking to magnify the menace of organized labor. The Knights' leadership took measures to curb what it regarded as a too rapid growth. When the figures for the month of February revealed that there had occurred an increase of more than 200 in the number of assemblies organized in January, the General Executive Board notified 6 organizers to stop organizing for 40 days from March 2, 1886. Charters to new locals were refused. But a great many organizers, dependent for their precarious existence upon the commission for each local organized, continued with their activity, holding back the fee until the 40 days had expired. 33. Estimates of the actual membership of the order at its peak in 1886 vary from 700,000 to over 1 million. Whatever the specific figure, the K of L at this time had members in many parts of the world. Local assemblies were formed in Australia, New Zealand, Belgium, France, England, Ireland, and Italy. It was even reported that an organizer was making progress in India. 34. Outside of the Untied States, the order made the greatest headway in Canada. The first local assembly was established at Hamilton, Ontario, in the fall of 188 R. By August, 1882, it had spread to Toronto. By September, 1884, the Knights had 8 assemblies in Hamilton, 9 in Toronto, 3 in London, and others scattered over a dozen more towns. However, in the province of Quebec, it had only 3 assemblies, and those all in the city of Montreal. The fact that the order fell under the ban of the Catholic Church in Quebec accounts for the lack of strength in that province. However, with the removal of the ban in the spring of 1887, the Knights made headway in this province. By July, 1887, 38 local assemblies belonged to District Assembly L14, Montreal. A local assembly was formed in Winnipeg in 1884, and 2 years later, a district assembly was organized in this region. 35. From what groups did the K of L recruit its membership? Unfortunately, the official publications of the order do not throw much light on the character of the membership. But enough evidence exists to enable us to draw a number of conclusions. Originally, only gainfully occupied workers were permitted to join the order. With the organization of the General Assembly in 1878, membership qualifications were changed. Persons not workers were admitted to membership in a local assembly provided they did not constitute more than 1/4 of the membership. Lawyers, bankers, and those who lived in whole or in part by the sale or manufacture of intoxicating beverages were excluded. In 1884, professional gamblers and stockbrokers were added to the list of those excluded. Known enemies of labor such as scabs and law or spies were excluded from the beginning of the order's career. 36. With these exceptions, almost anyone might join the K of L, and many non-working class elements did. Basically, however, the K of L drew the main bulk of its membership from the working class. The order achieved what no other American labor organization before the R88Os had succeeded in doing: the organization and unification of the American working class. As Frederick Engels pointed out in his brilliant evaluation of the K of L at its height, the Knights of Labor are the first national organization created by the American working class as a whole. Whatever be their origin and history, whatever their platform and their constitution, here they are, the work of practically the whole class of American wage earners, the only national bond that holds them together, that makes their strength felt to themselves not less than to their enemies, and that fills them with the proud hope of future victories. To an outsider it appears evident that here is the raw material out of which the future of the American working class movement, and along with it, the future of American society, at large, has to be shaped. 37, Seep. 90. In some assemblies the working class members were also small businessmen on the side. Describing such a situation in the Enterprise Assembly of North Danville, Virginia, a correspondent informed Powderly, "We have men in our midst who are engaged in a small business on their own account, such as bakers, merchants, sewing machine agents, selling on commission or buying small lots and reselling them through the country, dealers in a small way in leaf tobacco, contractors for building, painting, etc. R. P. Nichols to Terence V. Powderly, January 13, 1886, Powderly Papers, Mullen Library, Catholic University of America, Washington, D.C. Hereafter cited as pp. Chapter 4. The K of L in Labor Solidarity. An injury to one is the concern of all. This great slogan of the Knights aroused thousands of workers all over the country. Martin Irons, the militant, socialist labor leader in the West, told what the slogan meant to him. When that beautiful watchword, an injury to one is the concern of all, resounded through my life, when I learned that knighthood embraced every grade of honest toil in its heights and depths, when I learned that it meant broad and comprehensive union for labor on a basis that would counterbalance the power of aggregated and incorporated wealth and give to the creator of wealth the wealth he creates, then I felt that I had reached a field in which I was ready to spend the remaining energies of my life. 1. Whatever its shortcomings, the K of L did face resolutely the issue of labor solidarity. Before it came into existence, the American working class had never been unified, it had never presented a solid front against oppression. The K of L provided a form of organization and a common leadership for the American working class, skilled and unskilled, men and women, North and South, Negro and white, Native American and foreign-born, of all religious and political opinions. Position of skilled workers. As we have seen in the previous volume, the early locals of the Knights in Philadelphia were rigid craft unions. Although the strictly craft form, the Knights of Labor was not the first organization in American labor history to emphasize the principle of labor solidarity. The National Labor Union had done so in the late 186s and early 187s, and in 1878, the International Labor Union was formed by the Marxists and leaders of the 8-hour leagues, to band together Jew, Greek, Irishman, American, English and German, and all nationalities in a grand labor brotherhood. The ILU put special emphasis upon the organization of the unskilled workers. However, both the NLU and the ILU were short-lived, the latter lasting only until 1881. But both left their mark upon the K of L. Foner, Op. Cit. pp. 370, 433, 500-504, 56. Of organization broke down as the order expanded. This did not mean that the trade unions of skilled workers had no place in the overall structure of the Knights. The Window Glass Workers Association established a powerful and successful national union within the order. The association included about 9/10 of the workers in the nation. Its strikes were uniformly successful, and were fully supported by the membership. In one strike, $Ru was collected through members' contributions, and in another, $50,000.20. The spectacular success of the Window Glass Workers Association influenced the passage of laws by the General Assembly in 1882 and 1884 legalizing national trade assemblies. 3. Under these laws, a large number of national trade unions were chartered by the General Assembly. District Assembly 45, the Telegraphers' National Trade Assembly, was formed in 1882. The Lithographers' International Union was formed in 1883, and the Miners' National Association, District Assembly 135 and District Assembly 247, the Carriage Workers' National Trade Assembly, were other examples of national trade assemblies in the K of L. 4. While none were as successful as the Window Glass Workers Association, their existence indicated that unions of skilled workers could find a place in the order. Further proof of this is the extensive list of local craft assemblies in the Knights. Railroad and transit workers, textile workers, brewery workers, butchers and packing house workers, carpenters, and many others organized trade assemblies in the order. Some were even organized on a shop basis. 5. Such names as LA 2878, Car Assembly of Brooklyn, Cooper's Assembly, K of L 1883, Boot and Shoemakers Assembly 1794 K of L. Plumbers, Gas and Steamfitters Assembly 2292, K of L, Carpenters. Assembly 2546 K of L, all of Buffalo, New York, Canmakers Assembly 1384 of Baltimore, Shoe Lasters Assembly 2851 of New York City, and many other assemblies bearing similar names show clearly that the craft groups fitted very easily into the K of L, which allowed local assemblies to make up assemblies selected on the basis of occupation. 6. Foreign-born and the Knights. A common employer practice was to split the working force into many nationality groups, judiciously mixing, so many workers from Hungary, so many from Austria, so many from Poland, so many from Russia, so many from Italy, so many Negro workers, and so many native-born white workers. 7. The division of the labor force into many nationality groups made the task of trade union organizers exceedingly difficult. As an organizer in the anthracite mining districts of Pennsylvania pointed out, I find that literature must be in at least 5 different languages, to wit, Slovak, Polish, Italian, Lithuanian, Hungarian, in order to become beneficial to educate them in regard to the benefits of organization. 8. The Knights faced this problem as it grew. By 1885 the ritual had been translated into French, German, and Scandinavian tongues, and requests for Italian, Polish, and Bohemian translations were pouring into the national headquarters. There were continual requests of the General Executive Board to translate official documents into German, Spanish, French, Italian, Hungarian, Bohemian, Jewish, and other languages. J.J. Far from discouraging these requests, the leadership of the Knights repeatedly stressed the necessity of organizing workmen, regardless of nationality, bringing the message and educational material of the order to them in their own languages, engaging organizers who would be able to speak to these workers in their native tongues, and forming assemblies based on nationality groupings. In forming mixed assemblies composed of workers of different nationalities, organizers were often required to be linguists. The speaker, when a contemporary description of one such organizer at work, would talk in Polish, Hungarian, German, and English. 10. Space does not permit a listing of all the assemblies formed by foreign-born workers on a nationality basis. Nevertheless, a number may be cited to indicate the trend. In Key West, Florida, there were 4 Cuban locals of cigar makers. In Minnesota, there were 3 Scandinavian local assemblies. In Montreal, of 20 local assemblies in 1886, 12 consisted of French-Canadian members. A French-speaking assembly was organized in Battle Creek, Michigan, in 1885. Italia Assembly 4236 was organized in Danbury, Connecticut. There were at least 4 Jewish assemblies, 2 in New York, and 1 each in Chicago and in St. Louis. All were organized by Jewish cloak and dressmakers. 11. The foreign-born members of these and other similar assemblies conducted their meetings and kept records of their proceedings in their native language. The Chinese workers. The chief blot on the KFL's record on the issue of labor solidarity was in the case of Chinese workers. Shortly after he became Grand Master Workman, Powderly ruled that Asians could not become members of the order and, furthermore, that they were unfit even to reside in. For a discussion of labor's attitude towards Chinese workers before the Z88Os, see Foner, Op. Cit. pp. 488-93. The United States. This reactionary, chauvinist viewpoint was also voiced by spokesmen for the Knights before Congress in urging the exclusion of the Chinese from this country, and the leaders of the order boasted that the organization had played an important role in securing the passage of an anti-Chinese bill in 1882. Some KFL leaders, particularly those on the Pacific Coast, even boasted of their work in mobilizing vigilante terrorism against the Chinese. 13. Instead of denouncing the terrorists, Powderly and other leaders of the order attacked the Chinese laborers and blamed them for the violence. In his opening address to the 1885 General Assembly, Powderly made mention of the Chinese massacre at Rock Springs, Wyoming, during which white miners, members of the order, raided the Chinese section of the town, killed 28 Chinese, wounded 15, burned the homes of the Chinese laborers, and pillaged their possessions. But though Powderly admitted that this act of inhumanity and butchery is inexcusable, he went on to blame the Chinese and those who desired to employ them. Exasperated at the success with which the Chinese had evaded the law, the white workmen became desperate and wreaked a terrible revenge upon the Chinese. 14. Nevertheless, the Rock Springs massacre aroused considerable anger among members of the order. Condemnation of the murderers who carried the banner of the KFL as they committed their crimes and of the officials who condoned their conduct was freely and widely expressed. A re-evaluation of the whole policy of the Knights in relation to the Chinese was called for. Already some want to know if we have not taken a bigger mouthful than we are able to chew in handling the Chinese riots, Powderly confessed in a private letter. 15. Reflecting the rising protest against the prevailing policy towards the Chinese was the effort made to organize Chinese workers. Timothy Quinn, socialist leader of District Assembly 49 of New York, organized 2 groups of Chinese in New York City. But when an effort was made, Powderly used almost the same language in calling for the expulsion of the Hungarian workers from the region of the Pennsylvania mines because they were by nature unfit to enjoy decent wage standards or to become American citizens. A handbill issued by the Knights in 1883, an appeal to the Christian public, the title also indicates anti-Semitic prejudices referred disparagingly to the Hungarians' uncleanliness, and to their degrading influence on the community. Powderly to Scranton Truth, June, 1884, cited in Proceedings, General Assembly. K. of L, 1884, pp. 576-77, Fernal of United Labor, May, 1883, pp. 458-59, Foon. Swinton's paper, July 26, 1885. Fortunately, the mass of the KFL rank and file did not swallow this chauvinist propaganda. By 1886 Hungarian assemblies were being set up in Pennsylvania and Hungarian organizers were traveling about recruiting men and women into the order. See the account in the Pittsburgh Dispatch, April 28, 1888. To secure charters for them as regular local assemblies, opposition arose, particularly among knights on the West Coast. A majority of the General Executive Board was opposed to granting the charters, but a minority, composed of Thomas B. Maguire, Captain Mozzi, an Italian exile and master workman of an Italian local, Victor Drury, an active New York socialist, and Frank J. Farrell, also a socialist and the most famous Negro in the KFL, spoke out in favor of the request. In the minority report, Maguire pointed out that the first and basic principles of the organization was the obliteration of all lines of distinction in creed, color or nationality. He further argued that the only remedy for the problem created by the use of the Chinese by employers to cut wages of other workers was to organize the Chinese. And, pointing to the fact that the Chinese had conducted a militant strike in California in 1884 for higher wages, Maguire concluded that they could make valuable contributions to the American labor movement when organized. 16. The opposition was too strong, and the charters were denied. A similar request for charters by two groups of Chinese in Philadelphia was also denied. Both the New York and Philadelphia Chinese assemblies were then dissolved and transferred to mixed assemblies. Thus Powderly was now able to inform the public that we have some Chinese. Knights of Labor. 17. It is obvious that employer-sponsored chauvinist propaganda exercised influence in shaping the policies of the Knights. Although the record is seriously marred by the anti-Hungarian and anti-Chinese chauvinism, the general stand of the order in relation to unity of workers regardless of national origin and language differences marked a real advance. The most famous of the songs written for the Knights of Labor, Storm the Fort, Ye Knights of Labor, was translated into numerous languages and sung by workers of all nationalities. Out of the misery in America's coal mines and railroads, the oppression in the textile mills, the degradation of the men and women in the sweatshops rose the militant cry in English, German, Polish, Italian, French, Jewish, and other tongues. Toiling millions now are waking. See them marching on. All the tyrants now are shaking. Ere their power is gone. The strike involved a large force of hop pickers in Kern County, California. The employers planned to replace the Chinese strikers with Negroes, but the scheme fell through largely because of the refusal of the Negroes to act as strikebreakers. See Stuart Jamieson, Labor Unionism in American Agriculture, United States. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, Bulletin No. 836, Washington, 1945, page 46n. Chorus. Storm the fort, ye Knights of Labor. Battle for your cause. Equal rights for every neighbor. Down with tyrant laws. 18. Women and the Order. The preamble to the Constitution adopted by the First National Convention of the Knights in 1878 included a historic provision which asserted that one of the principal objectives of the order was to secure for both sexes equal pay for equal work. But the Constitution made no provision for the admission of women. The 1880 convention appointed a committee to prepare a ritual and regulations for the formation of special assemblies composed of women. But the committee never issued a report, and Powderly rendered the entire question academic by ruling at the 1881 convention that separate forms and rituals for women were unnecessary. Shortly after the convention adjourned, the first local composed entirely of women, the Garfield Assembly, 1684, shoe workers of Philadelphia, was organized. Bowing to the inevitable, the 1882 convention voted to permit the initiation of women. 19. Once the doors were opened, the number of women's assemblies grew markedly. One other women's local was formed in 1881, 3 in 1882, 9 in 1883, 13 in 1884, 46 in 1885, and 12I in 1886. Figures on the number of women members in the order vary. But it has been estimated that in 1886, when the KFL membership was at the highest point, there were about 50,000 women members, forming 8 or 9% of the total. The largest membership was in Massachusetts, where in a year and a half preceding January, 1887, no less than 13,200 women were. The KFL was not the first national labor federation in American history to come out for equal pay for equal work. In 1868, the National Labor Union had voted for equal pay for equal work. Foner, Op. Cit. Page 385. TA breakdown of the occupations of the women's assemblies in 1886 reveals the following information. 91 assemblies were listed as composed of various trades. 19 shoe workers, 17 mill operatives, 12 housekeepers, 5 each, sewing girls, tailoresses, laundresses, 4 each, knitters, collar and shirt ironers, dress and cloak makers, 2 each, hatters, leavers, paper box makers, and 1 each, government employees, Washington, D.C. Bookbinders, carpet makers, cigar makers, farmers, feather curlers, gold cutters, lead pencil workers, and rubber workers. There was 1 assembly of Bohemian women in Chicago, and 15 of Negro women whose occupations were housekeepers, farmers, chambermaids, and laundresses. John B. Andrews and W. D. P. Bliss, History of Women in Trade Unions, Senate. Document number 645, 61st Congress, 2nd Session, Volume X, pp. 130-32. Admitted to the Knights. 4/5 of the women members in the Bay State were in the shoe and textile industries. 20. But the importance of the order to women and of women to the order cannot be accurately judged from statistics alone. Shut out from all but a few of the national trade unions, women workers were at the mercy of the employers. Membership in the order gave them a sense of courage and militancy which many heretofore had been afraid to assert. As early as 1882, an observer at a Chicago women's assembly reported that timid young girls that have been overworked from their cradles stand up bravely and in steady tones, swayed by conviction and the wrongs heaped upon their comrades, talk nobly and beautifully of the hope of redress to be found in organization. 21. Women in strikes. The women showed their spirit in action as well as words. About a year after the Garfield Assembly was organized, a Philadelphia shoe manufacturer discharged the grievance committee and every officer of the local employed in the shop. The men in the Knights had encouraged the women to organize by assuring them that no officer would be victimized, but now they advised the members of the Garfield Assembly not to resist. The women correctly concluded, however, that unless they fought the issue through and established a precedent of opposing discrimination against militant union members, union organization of women workers would seriously suffer. They therefore called the shop on strike, and, after a bitter struggle, succeeded in reinstating every one of their members. 22. During the general strike called in the New York cloak trade in August, 1885, involving several thousand cloak and skirt makers, the men and women strikers, members of the K of L, met in separate strike halls. But though meeting apart, the New York Times reported on August 15, they were united in action. This unity resulted in a resounding victory for the workers, bringing wage increases and reductions in hours. 23. The 1884 strikes of women members of the Knights in the textile mills of Fall River and Worcester and in the hat factories of South Norwalk were outstanding for the militancy and perseverance of the strikers. In 1885, one of the most memorable strikes of the decade was conducted by, from 1860 to 1880 there were some 30 national trade unions, but women were admitted to membership in only 2, the printers and cigar makers. Report on Women and Child Workers in the United States, Senate Document Number 645, Volume X, Washington, 1911. pp. 108-110. 2,500 carpet-weaving women members of the order employed by Alexander Smith's Sons in Yonkers, New York. There were some men involved in the strike, but 9/10 of the strikers were women. 24. The immediate cause of the strike was the firing of a group of women workers on account of their membership in the Knights. On February 20, 1885, 2,500 girls left their jobs and began picketing the mills. Only 700 were members of the union on the eve of the strike, but directly after the struggle began all 2,500 joined the Knights. 25. Attacks upon the pickets mounted. 3 of the women strikers, Ellen Tracy, Lizzie Wilson, and Mary Carey, were seized by the police and charged with walking upon Nepperham Avenue, near the struck mills. The women were arrested, hauled into court in a police wagon, and held for trial. Fearing that no jury would convict the women, the court ruled that the strikers could be tried without a jury. But an appeal to the higher courts forced the trial to be held before a jury. 26. As a mark of admiration for the brave conduct of the 3 young women Knights and as a token of respect for the whole striking sisterhood of Yonkers, the entire labor movement of New York City joined hands in a testimonial meeting sponsored by the powerful Central Labor Union and the Excelsior Labor Club. Delegates from every New York trade union were among the 2,000 people of both sexes who packed the hall on the occasion. Seated on the platform were the honored guests, the 3 young women members of the K of L from Yonkers. Next to them was seated John Swinton, who had been designated to present them with medals in honor of their militancy and courage. The medals carried the words below the insignia of an American eagle, in honor of the arrest of a picket in the Yonkers strike, May 18, 1885. 21. As the Yonkers officials had feared, the jury quickly acquitted the young women. The arrest of the women strikers aroused tremendous indignation in Yonkers. Thousands of citizens packed a mass protest meeting at Getty Square, music being supplied by the band of the Young Men's Catholic Association. Resolutions were adopted denouncing the action of the police as being despotic and pledging moral support to the strikers until the strike is ended. Serge Shevich, editor of the socialist New York Volkszeitung, was one of the chief speakers. Yonkers Statesman, May 22, 1885. Although the strike ended late in August 1885, without the union being recognized, the wage cut was rescinded, the fining system was completely revised, and several other grievances of the workers were remedied. 28. Equally important was the fact that the militancy of the strikers increased respect for women in the labor movement. Women members of the order were also of tremendous assistance to brother Knights engaged in strikes. They assisted on the picket lines. gave scabs the ditch degree, and water cure, asterisk, and rendered both moral and financial support. 29 Small wonder that Powderly observed that women are the best men in the order. 30. Offices held by women. The highest office held by a woman in the assemblies was the position occupied by Mrs. Elizabeth George Rogers, who was, for several months, Master Workman of District Assembly 24 in Chicago. She presided over 600 knights, men and women, who represented 40,000 members of the order. 31. Women first appeared as delegates to a national convention of the Knights in 1883. Mary Sterling, a Philadelphia shoe worker, was the delegate. The next convention saw 2 women delegates, and the 1885 convention, 3. There were 16 women delegates out of a total of 660 at the 1886 convention. The 1885 convention appointed a national committee to collect statistics on women's work, and in the following year, it became a permanent organization, the object of which will be to investigate the abuses to which our sex is subjected by unscrupulous employers, to agitate the principles which our order teaches of equal pay for equal work, and the abolition of child labor. Mrs. Leonora M. Berry, a worker in a hosiery mill, was appointed a general investigator of women's wages and hours and conditions of work. She became a national organizer of women, devoting her entire time to the work. 32. Throwing herself energetically into her work, Mrs. Berry conducted an extensive correspondence all over the country to discover the conditions and status of women workers. She traveled about the country, investigating complaints, visiting factories when she was not barred by the employers, speaking before trade unions and general meetings of working people, women temperance conventions, and women suffrage associations. In her addresses to the women suffragettes, Mrs. Berry the scabs would be thrown into ditches and doused with dishpans of water. Mrs. Berry's presence at the suffrage conventions was in keeping with the friendly attitude of the Knights towards the woman suffrage movement. Not only did the order endorse the demand for woman suffrage, but leading Knights often repeatedly emphasized that it was upon the working class that they should rely for their most consistent and effective allies. Moreover, she reminded the women's rights advocates that it was not enough to battle for the suffrage and other legal advances. Do not, I ask you, in the name of justice, in the name of humanity, do not forget to give your attention and some of your assistance to the root of all evil, the industrial and social system that is so oppressive, which has wrought the chain of circumstances in which so many have become entangled, and which has brought the once tenderly cherished and protected wife, the once fondly loved mother, to the position of the 12 or 14-hour toiler of today. If you would protect the wives and mothers of the future from this terrible condition we find these in today, give them your assistance. 3. Wherever Mrs. Berry went, in the course of which she visited hundreds of cities and towns from Rhode Island to Colorado, from Alabama to Toronto, Canada, delivered more than 500 lectures, organized half a dozen new women's locals as well as increased the membership in many old ones, and organized scores of men workers, the response was uniformly loud and enthusiastic. 34. So too was the response to her spirited defense of her right to serve the labor movement. Her work aroused the opposition of several Catholic priests, one of whom, Father Peter C. McEnroe of Mahoney City, Pennsylvania, denounced her as a lady tramp, and called the order a vulgar immoral society, for encouraging women to act as organizers. Mrs. Berry met the attack head-on in a stinging letter to Father McEnroe, in which she denounced his slanderous attack upon my character and motives as a representative of a grand and noble order pledged to the service of humanity, and defended her right as an Irishwoman, a Catholic and an honest woman, to serve the cause of her fellow workers. Mrs. Berry's defense aroused the admiration of many Catholics, including even some of the priests. A Father Mahoney commended her for her work and contributed $10 to further her activity. 35. Until 1890, Mrs. Berry continued to head the Department of Women's Work, but there was little she could do. The order was dying, and had neither the funds nor the energy to carry on much education and organization among women workers. During 1890, Mrs. Berry again married and became L.M. Berry Lake. This was the name signed to her letter to the 1890 General Assembly, in which this outstanding woman organizer bade farewell to the labor movement. An effort was made to continue the Women's Department, and spoke from the same platform with Miss Susan B. Anthony and Mrs. Elizabeth Katie Stanton, pioneer woman suffrage leaders. Miss Anthony was inducted into the order in the early 80s. Terence V. Powderly, The Path I Trod, New York, 1940, page 389, Elizabeth S. Bryant to Powderly, February 1, 1883, pp. Office vacated by Mrs. Berry was offered to the only woman delegate to the 1890 convention. When she declined the post, the Women's Department of the Knights of Labor was abandoned. 36. It is difficult to estimate accurately the effect of the Knights on the conditions of women workers. But the following observation by the New Jersey Commissioner of Labor in 1886 tells an important story. Since the girls have joined the Knights of Labor here, they make the same wages as the men. 37. In summing up, we can say that the KFL boldly declared that women were entitled to the same pay as men for the same work, and that, after an early reluctance to accept women to membership, systematically encouraged the organization of women on an equal footing with men. In all our assemblies, local, district, state, trade, and general, Mary Haniflin, a Philadelphia saleswoman, told a women's convention, "Woman has an equal voice when a member, with her brother trade unionist." 38. After a survey of the national labor scene in the mid-80s, the Los Angeles Union concluded, "The Knights of Labor is the only organization we know which encourages the membership of ladies, demands for women exact equality, and insists on equal pay for equal work." 39. Negro membership. Facing widespread hostility, fanned by employers, including even the threat of lynching, organizers for the order in the South found it necessary to organize secretly under different names such as Franklin Lodge, Washington Lodge, Protective Lodge, etc., to post sentinels at meetings to protect members from a sudden raid, and to take every possible care to ensure the greatest secrecy. But in spite of these difficulties and the great opposition to their organization, tens of thousands of Negro workers, who had never been brought into the trade union movement before, joined the KFL. It is impossible, for lack of complete records, to determine accurately the number of Negro members or even to locate all of after a trip through Virginia, Georgia and the Carolinas. Thomas B. Berry, member of the General Executive Board, wrote, "It is as much as a person's life is worth to be known as a member of the Knights of Labor there." Sidney H. Kessler, The Negro in the Knights of Labor, unpublished MA thesis. Columbia University, 1950, page 16. In 1885, a white organizer wrote to Powderly from Raleigh, North Carolina, "You have no idea of what I have to contend with, in the way of prejudice down here. There is a continual cry of NRL. I believe that our order is intended to protect all people who work, the poor, ignorant, underpaid and overworked as well as the skilled mechanic, and have tried to act up on that principle. And for this alone I have incurred the abuse and social ostracism." JNO. R. Ray to Powderly, June 22, 1885, pp. The Negro Locals. The proceedings of the General Assembly do not distinguish between Negro and white delegates or local assemblies. John H. Hayes, General Secretary, estimated that in 1886, when the membership of the order exceeded 700,000, there were no less than 60,000 Negroes in the Knights. A year later, the New York Sun reported that there were over 400 all-Negro locals in the order, estimated the whole number of colored men in the Knights at 90,000 or 95,000, and concluded that they are growing at a rate out of proportion to the increase of white members. 40. Whatever the exact number of Negro Knights, there can be no doubt that it indicates a high degree of organization, especially when one considers the rural nature of the Negro population at this time, the bitter opposition of the Southern ruling class, and the fact that their occupations were mainly restricted to farming and domestic service. Undoubtedly, even this high degree of unionization of Negro workers by the Knights, practically 10% of the total membership, would have been still higher if the order had fought persistently against anti-Negro elements in its ranks. Backward influences. A major factor that retarded the further organization of Negro workers was the failure of the Knights' leadership to take firm action to root out the cancer of segregation. The problem arose in acute form as early as 1883, when Negro candidates for membership in several local assemblies in the North and South were turned down solely because of their color. In other assemblies, bylaws were passed, excluding anyone from membership on account of color. 41. These actions came to the attention of the Knights' leadership. In his decisions, Powderly ruled that while a local assembly could adopt bylaws, the Constitution explicitly stated that local assemblies must not conflict with this document, a principle which had been reaffirmed by the Grand Master Workman and approved by the General Assembly. Since any exclusion of members because of color violated the Constitution, such bylaws were illegal. Nevertheless, Powderly left a loophole by assuring a Southern local that had adopted discriminatory bylaws. The best plan to adopt now is to organize a colored assembly in your city and turn all applicants of that kind over to them. Then your bylaws will be binding. 42. Powderly's vacillating position is also shown by the fact that while he did not approve of exclusion on account of color, he also made it clear that Negro workers could constitutionally be excluded from membership if a majority of members voted to do so. The ballot is in reality the only means of settling who shall or shall not be members, he wrote to a knight in Chattanooga, Tennessee, who objected strenuously to allowing Negroes to join assemblies of white workers. 43. Protests from Negro and progressive white knights, however, compelled Powderly in specific cases to oppose the tendency of local assemblies to keep out Negro candidates solely because of their color. 44. Early in 1886, he overruled the action of LA 2378 of Glen Cove, New York, in excluding a Negro candidate, and read the assembly a sound lecture. The objections presented were not sufficient to reject the candidate. If he is in other respects qualified to become a member, his color cannot debar him. The employer of labor in reducing wages does so regardless of color. The men who work with colored men dare not find fault. They take their wages and abuse side by side, and our order will not recognize the right of any man to blackball another man on account of his race or religion. 45. However, no sustained effort was made by the general officers to combat and eliminate discriminatory practices, and the local assemblies often ignored the rulings issued by the general master workman. Nor did the general officers regularly enforce their own forward-looking rulings. The 1887 convention received a communication from Negro members of a Harrisburg, Texas, assembly complaining of their treatment by their white brothers. The General Executive Board replied that the assemblies must treat the colored members with respect. 46. But the board did nothing to enforce its ruling. Basically, Powderly, and most of the other white leaders of the order, stressed that the solution of the problem lay in patience. 47. In a letter to a Southern white leader of the order who found that there was serious objection in his area to Negroes entering white assemblies, Powderly wrote, "I scarcely know how to advise you on so delicate a question. The color line cannot be rubbed out, nor can the prejudice against the colored man be overcome in a day. I believe that for the present it would be better to organize colored men by themselves. In the present instance you must act in strict accord with the law bearing on our organization, act as though you were in no way interested in the matter. I leave the matter in your hands." 48. This advice could be interpreted as the local Knights desired, had the position outlined by Powderly, that for the present it would be better to organize colored men by themselves, been linked to a persistent campaign to end the Jim Crow locals, the Negro workers would have been even more enthusiastic in their desire to join the order. Diana wrote to Powderly as early as May, 1883, but they will not, at least they show no disposition so to do, for as one of them observed at a recent meeting, "This is the only organization in which we stand on an equal footing with the whites, and it is a big thing, and unless we can work here we will work nowhere. This equality is what seems to stick in their craw." 49. While criticizing anti-Negro practices in some sections of the order and the formation of segregated assemblies, the Negro press, in the main, insisted that the Negro people must not permit these defects to dominate their attitude toward the organization. To do so would be to play into the hands of the common enemy of both the Negro and the white workers. Whatever its shortcomings, declared the New York Freeman, a leading Negro journal, nothing short of a potentiality like the Knights of Labor can ever force Southern capitalists to give their wage workers a fair percentage of their labor. If there is any power on earth which can make the white Southern employers of labor face the music, it is organized white and black labor, with the labor power of the nation to sustain it. 50. The Negro people agreed. Their great numbers in the order was achieved in spite of bitter organized opposition and a low standard of living, which meant that in many cases even the payment of dues was a hardship. In Covington, Georgia, the Negro Knights had to travel on foot 6 miles to be present at meetings, but not only was there 100% attendance, but some members even paid their dues for months in advance. 51. Negro-white unity. While the Knights of Labor did not succeed in eliminating race prejudice in its ranks and in eradicating discriminatory practices against Negro members, it did establish a significant record of labor solidarity. For the first time in the history of the American labor movement, widespread Negro-white unity flourished as Negro and white members of the order acted together for common purposes. In the South, race prejudice, built up assiduously for over a century by the ruling class, suffered serious setbacks at the hands of the Fellowship of Labor. In Richmond and Norfolk, Negro and white Knights employed in some of the factories worked together cooperatively, and a reporter was amazed to find that harmony prevails between white and black workmen. 53. A dispatch from Charleston, South Carolina in John Swinton's paper of May 13, 1886, tells a significant story. The white and colored mechanics and laborers of this city are working in great harmony as K of L. This is a grand stride. The organization of the K of L has done this much. For the South, when everything else had failed, the bond of poverty united the white and colored mechanic and laborer. In many industries where the Knights exercised influence, Negro and white workers engaged in strikes together. Thus in Baltimore, Negro and white caulkers joined the Knights for mutual protection against a cut in wages. The men were on strike from August 3, 1885, to May 6, 1886, and throughout this prolonged period, they resisted every attempt by the employers and the press to drive a wedge between them by appeals to racial prejudice. 150 strikebreakers were imported, but Negro and white caulkers united to drive them out of the shipyards. The strike was settled with what the United States Labor Commissioner referred to as partial success for the strikers. The caulkers' wages were reduced from $2.75 to $2.50 a day, and the working week remained at 60 hours. 53. The strike ended with the unity between Negro and white workers strengthened. In Louisville, Kentucky, over 6 Negro and white marched together in a K of L parade. Louisville parks were closed to Negroes, but after marching through the streets, the parade entered National Park, and Thus have the Knights of Labor broken the walls of prejudice. In Birmingham, Alabama, over 5,000 Negro and white marched in a labor demonstration sponsored by the order. After the parade, a Negro speaker and a white speaker addressed the workers from the same platform. The Knights of Dallas, Texas, held a 4th of July celebration and a Negro local assembly marched with the white workers. After the parade, 2 of the speakers were Negroes. This is the first time such a thing happened in Texas, observed a contemporary newspaper. 54. At a great Labor Day parade in Baltimore in 1886, 25,000 persons, Negro and white, were reviewed by Powderly. A reporter noted the fact that Negro workers were well mixed in and through the procession. In some instances, you would see an assembly composed entirely of colored Knights. Another assembly would be perhaps half-colored, and in some instances one solitary colored individual would be marching with any number of his white trades brothers. The procession was a very orderly one, the colored and white fraternizing as if it had been a common thing all their lives. 55. The following year, one of the K of L recommendations to the Maryland legislature included the striking out of the word white wherever it occurred in the Constitution and laws of the state. 56. Negro officers. A Brooklyn Knight wrote to John Swinton, "I am connected with an Assembly of the Knights of Labor which contains 450 members, 25 of whom are colored, and there has not been a single outburst of feeling on account of color. I am a colored man myself, and am worthy treasurer, an office which was forced upon me for the 3rd time." His case was not at all unusual, for Negroes were elected to positions of leadership on all levels of the order, the local assemblies, district assemblies, state conventions, and the General Assembly, and in the vast majority of cases when the Negro members were a minority. 57. At the famous Richmond Convention of October, 1886, many districts in various parts of the country sent Negroes to represent them. Of the 18 known Negro delegates, the best known was Frank J. Farrell, the outstanding Negro leader in the K of L, representing District 49 of New York. It was at this convention that Farrell became the center of a series of significant incidents which were to affect the entire position of the Negro in the American labor movement, both inside and outside of the Knights of Labor. A few months before the convention, an officer of District 49 went to Richmond to see which hotels would be available for the 60 delegates, including Farrell, the only Negro delegate from the district. On the basis of this report, the district officers made arrangements for all the delegates to stay at the hotel of Colonel Murphy, a Confederate war veteran. When Colonel Murphy discovered that one of his guests would be a Negro, he canceled the contract, arguing that Negroes would not be allowed into many northern hotels, and asserting, "Customs here must be respected." He offered to provide Negro delegates with quarters at a Negro hotel. 58. When District 49 learned that they might have accommodations at the hotel only if Farrell were excluded, the following resolution was unanimously adopted: that no arrangements be made for hotel accommodation for the delegates from this district that excludes any delegate without regard to color, creed or nationality. The delegates, most of whom were socialists, came to Richmond carrying tents, as an indication that they would not under any circumstances abandon their Negro brother. The delegates, wrote the New York Times correspondent from Richmond, are determined to fight the battle on the color line right in the midst of that part of the country where race prejudice is the strongest, and they will insist on carrying on what they claim is a fundamental principle of their order, that the black man is the equal of the white socially as well as politically, and that all races stand upon an equal footing in all respects. 59. The New York delegation was not the only group to face and meet the difficulty of segregated quarters. When the proprietor of the St. Charles Hotel informed the Baltimore delegates that he would not provide accommodations for Joseph W. Edmonds, a Negro delegate, the white delegates resolved that the entire delegation would eat and sleep together. Richmond Whig, October 6, 1886, Cleveland Gazette. October 9, 1886. The delegates from District 49 proceeded immediately to prove that the Times correspondent had quoted them correctly. They succeeded in engaging board with several Negro families, and a dozen delegates worshipped at the only Negro Catholic church in Richmond. For another, they attended in a body a performance of Hamlet at the Mozart Academy of Music in Richmond, Farrell seated between 2 of his white friends in the orchestra, thus becoming the first Negro in Richmond's history to occupy an orchestra seat in a theater. 60. Before the convention opened, Master Workman Quinn of District 49 approached Powderly, explained to him what had happened at Colonel Murphy's hotel, and requested that Farrell be allowed to introduce the Governor of Virginia, Fitzhugh Lee, to the assembly. Powderly objected on the ground that it would not be pleasant for either the governor or the convention to attempt to set at defiance a long-established usage. 61. He suggested instead that Farrell introduce him, Powderly, after the governor had spoken. This was agreed upon. To over 800 delegates, assembled in the Armory Hall of the 1st Virginia Regiment, the largest hall in the city, Delegate Farrell introduced the Grand Master Workman, one of the objects of our order. Farrell reminded the delegates and the governor of Virginia, who was seated on the platform, is the abolition of those distinctions which are maintained by creed or color. 62. The Negro question came up several times during the rest of the convention. A resolution was adopted which asserted that the Knights of Labor recognized the civil and political equality of all men and women in the broad field of labor, recognizes no distinction on account of color, but it has no purpose to interfere with or disrupt the social relations which may exist between different races in any portion of the country. 63. The last part of the resolution was a concession to a number of white delegates, particularly those from the South, who feared the serious repercussions of the events in Richmond upon public opinion in their own communities. A resolution, sponsored by District 41 of Maryland, was passed urging the admission of Negro apprentices into the mechanical trades. Another resolution, introduced by District 1 of Pennsylvania, urged the formulation of a uniform scale of wages for workers throughout the country, so that the middle states would not be brought into competition with the cheaper labor of the South. To accomplish this end, the resolution recommended that organizers be sent throughout the South to organize all classes of laborers. The resolution was reported favorably. 64. It was reported that Southern delegates met with Powderly and threatened to secede and form an order of white Southern labor. New York Tribune, October 14, 1886. The convention closed with a parade and a picnic. The parade to the picnic grounds was headed by a squad of police, followed by Grand Marshal Lynch, with mounted Negro and white marshals riding at his side. A band followed, then the delegates from District 49, with Farrell in the front rank. The rest of the delegates came next, and behind them the officers of the order. Negro and white women in carriages brought up the rear of the procession. It was estimated that about 3,000 people marched in the parade, half of whom were Negroes. The entire Negro population of Richmond turned out to witness the proceedings. Several more thousands were at the fair grounds, where officers of the order made addresses. Senator-elect Daniels, Mayor Carrington, and Governor Lee were scheduled to speak but did not appear. Their absence was attributed in the press to the order's position towards Negroes. 65. The prominent role played by Farrell at the convention, the refusal of many white delegates to accept hotel accommodations and seats in the theaters because Negroes were excluded, the adoption of a resolution to admit Negro apprentices in shops, and the high degree of Negro-white solidarity displayed at Richmond brought down upon the order a barrage of criticism from the Southern press. 66. The Negro press had only words of the highest praise for the order. Negro newspapers which had earlier expressed distrust of unions were now specifically recommending that Negroes join the KFL. Taking all things into consideration, time, place, surroundings, editorialized the Cleveland Gazette, it is the most remarkable thing since emancipation. The race's cause has secured a needed ally in the Knights of Labor organization. It urged all Negro newspapers, especially in the South, to spur their readers into joining the Knights, since it was generally seen and admitted that it is a grand organization and will do more for them than any other agency in existence. 67. To white workers, too, the events that occurred at Richmond were highly significant. The white delegates obtained a first-hand glimpse of conditions confronting their Negro brothers and sisters in the South. It opened their eyes to the true condition of affairs in the South as nothing else could have done, wrote a white member of the order from Virginia. They realized as never before that appeals to race prejudice were part of the conspiracy against all working men. Finally, the Richmond Convention had taught the white workers, and others who were not members of the labor movement, that the suppression of Negro labor in the South meant lower living standards for working men everywhere, and that in the interest of all members of the order, a colored Knight of Labor must be placed on equal terms with a Knight of Labor who is white, so far as wages and political rights are concerned. 68. The order as it declined in power became more and more opportunistic and compromising in its attitude toward the Negro. Nevertheless, we have shown enough to demonstrate that the KFL at the height of its power had learned what Frederick Douglass, the great Negro leader and former president of the National Colored Labor Union, told his people in the labor movement in 1883. There, the Negro workers' cause is one with the labor class all over the world. The labor unions of the country should not throw away this colored element of strength. It is a great mistake for any class of laborers to isolate itself and thus weaken the bond of brotherhood between those on whom the burden and hardships of labor fall. The fortunate ones of the earth, who are abundant in land and money and know nothing of the anxious care and pinching poverty of the laboring classes, may be indifferent to the appeal for justice at this point, but the laboring classes cannot afford to be indifferent. 69. During an organizing tour in the South in February to March, 1889, Leonora M. Berry was shocked to learn that, in some places the white KFL would not allow the colored KFL to come into the hall where I was giving a public lecture. She urged Powderly to take concrete steps to remedy this situation. Nothing was done. Leonora M. Berry to Powderly, February 13, March 5, 21, 1889, pp. Since the present volume was published, the following publications dealing with the Knights of Labor have appeared which would be worth consulting for further details on the Knights. Philip S. Foner, The Knights of Labor, Journal of Negro History, Vol. Leal, 1968, pp. 70-77, Philip S. Foner, Organized Labor and the Black Worker, 1619-1973, New York, 1974, pp. 47-63, Gerald N. Greb, Terence V. Powderly and the Knights of Labor, Mid-America, Vol. 34, 1957, pp. 39-55, Gerald N. Greb, The Knights of Labor and the Trade Unions, 1878-1886, Jumal of Economic History, Vol. 18, 1958, pp. 176-92, Catherine A. Harvey, The Knights of Labor in the Maryland Coalfields, 1878-1882, Labor History, Vol. X, 1969, pp. 555-83, Irvin. M. Marcus, The Southern Negro and the Knights of Labor, Negro History Bulletin, Vol. XXX, 1967, pp. 5-7, William B. Faraday, Father. Cornelius O'Leary and the Knights of Labor, Labor History, Vol. 11, 1970, pp. 175-89. Chapter 5, Policies and Leadership of the Knights. As an organization which had marshaled the forces of the American working class from coast to coast, the Knights of Labor had within it great potential power. If it had been guided consistently by correct policies and wise counsels, the order might have changed the course of American labor history in the past 7 decades, and with it the course of American history as a whole. Unfortunately, despite the order's basically progressive stand on such issues as labor solidarity, many of the policies and most of the leaders of the Knights were so confused and so completely out of tune, and even in conflict, with the real needs and aspirations of the mass of the American workers that the potential collective strength of the organization was never fully realized. This situation had its roots in a basic conflict between the leadership and the rank and file on almost every issue facing the labor movement. Role of education. The fundamental principle of the Knights of Labor is education, declared a leaflet issued by the order. It was a basic tenet of the Knights that the workers would have to be educated before they could hope to assume the leadership in society which was their birthright. Since most of its members were persons who, by circumstances not under their control, have been deprived of opportunities of knowledge as taught by schools. And since even those who had gone to school had not learned the truth of social, economic and political issues, but only distorted, anti-labor, pro-capital interpretations, it was necessary for the order to establish its own educational apparatus and program. In the main, the educational activities of the order consisted of lectures given by prominent men and women in the organization as well as 75 friendly progressives on the outside, and the establishment of libraries and reading rooms. The local assemblies heard discussions on a wide variety of topics at their semi-monthly meetings. The local assembly, noted a contemporary labor paper, became a school of practical economics in many localities and dispelled the fallacies which have so long prevented the people from knowing what hurt them. 3. Libraries and reading rooms were established by many of the local assemblies and were usually located in the halls of the organizations. In several communities, labor temples, built and owned by the order, became the center of all social and cultural life. 4. Unfortunately, to the leaders of the order, education became a substitute for action. Operating on the theory that the members were not sufficiently educated on economic and political issues to act intelligently and effectively, they emphasized that strikes, boycotts and political activity be held in abeyance until the educational program had been fully developed. Ours is essentially an educational body, went the argument, to propagate sound economic doctrine is our holiest mission, and to which we should devote our best endeavors for years to come. Let us ask of them, the membership, no more than to study the truths of social and economic science. When they have studied their lessons well, then action. 5. But the rank and file viewed education as a guide to correct action not in some distant future but in the day-by-day struggles they faced. The K.F.L. leadership, however, shared none of the rank and file's concern with the day-by-day struggles. Powderly considered a wage program to be a short-sighted work, involving merely a few cents more in the day, and he emphasized that, to talk of reducing the hours of labor, is a waste of time. What men gain through a reduction of hours will be taken from them in another way. Instead of concerning themselves with such petty questions as higher wages and shorter hours, the K.F.L. leadership urged the workers to less than direct all their energies to banish the curse of modern civilization, wage slavery, by embarking on a system of cooperation, which will make every man his own master, and every man his own employer. Despite the failure of the producers' cooperative movement sponsored by labor in the years immediately following the Civil War, the K.F.L. leadership seized upon this utopian panacea and held it out to the workers as their only hope to end the evils of capitalism. The fact that the growth of monopoly capitalism in the 188 had made it even more difficult for producers' cooperatives to exist successfully made no impression upon the leadership of the order. Cooperation was the lever of labor's emancipation, Powderly insisted. Upon this lever the hopes of all working men and women were centered. 7. See Foner, Op. Cit. pp. 178-81, 417-19. The K of L were instrumental in establishing and maintaining for a short time many producers and consumers cooperatives. But the wave of cooperation that swept the order soon exhausted itself as experience proved that cooperation on a modest scale was doomed to failure. In every case the capitalist class fought the cooperatives tooth and nail, and the labor projects faced interference by wholesalers who withheld supplies, and rank discrimination by railroads in rates and facilities and by banks in the matter of credit. In addition, the privately owned companies cut prices and offered special inducements to kill off their cooperative competitors. 8. Hasty action, inefficiency, dissension in the ranks, and lack of funds were also among chief causes of the failure of the cooperatives undertaken by the Knights. And if any cooperative had weathered all these trials, unscrupulous, aggressive capitalist enterprises, with the aid of railroads, middlemen and banks, blocked their growth and eventually made their existence impossible. 9. Several of the cooperatives faced labor troubles of their own. A strike by Teamsters who were forced to accept a wage cut brought an end to the cooperative bus company of the Toronto Knights of Labor. A somewhat similar situation hastened the death of the highly successful Cooper's Cooperatives in Minneapolis. The introduction of machinery into the barrel-making process forced the Cooper's Cooperatives to spend a great deal of their funds to install expensive machinery in order to compete against private concerns. This, in turn, diminished the number of workmen that could be employed and led even to the use of boy labor at the machines at low wages. As a consequence, the cooperatives in Minneapolis faced strikes of their own workers. Within a few years, the projects had closed down. 10. In directing the energies and funds of the order towards the creating of producers' cooperatives, the leaders of the Knights weakened the day-to-day struggles of the hard-pressed membership. For all the radical-sounding phraseology these leaders used in connection with the principles of cooperation, they were actually helping the capitalists by emphasizing that the workers should not bother to fight for immediate gains within the existing system. Most of the consumer cooperatives organized by the Knights were small grocery stores, and many of the local assemblies built halls with such stores on the first floor. Edward W. Bemis, Cooperation in New England, Johns Hopkins University. Study, Baltimore, 1888, page 69. The Union Mining Company of Candleburg, Indiana, the only instance of a cooperative established by the order as a whole, was sold for $4, less than 1/10 of what the order had sunk into the cooperative coal mine in hardly 2 years. Frederick Turner to Powderly, April 18, 1885, W.M. T. Lewis to Powderly, April 15, 28, May 11, 1885, pp. Powderly to W.M. T. Lewis, May 4, 1885, Powderly Letter Books, Mullen Library, Catholic University of America. Hereafter cited as PLB. Anti-trade unionism. Throughout most of the order's early history, a seesaw battle took place between the pro and anti-trade union elements, but, in the main, the trade union outlook triumphed. As we have already seen, the craft unions of skilled workers fitted very easily into the organization of the Knights, which allowed each union to form an assembly on the basis of occupation. The formation of national trade assemblies closely patterned after national trade unions was encouraged, and many of the most powerful unions of the 80s occupied important places in the order. But the harmonious relationship between the Knights and the trade unions did not continue for long. By 1885 the leadership of the K of L had fallen into the hands of elements who were dominated by a backward anti-trade union ideology. Foremost among them were the L-S-U.Ian. Socialists entrenched in the home club of District 49, the most POWC_RFUF single body in the Knights of Labor and the second largest district in the Q-9R. The district assembly was organized in July 1882 and took in most of the locals of New York and Brooklyn. It had a membership of in the middle 80s. Hostile to trade unions, indifferent or actively opposed to the struggle for higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions, champions of the program of establishing workers' cooperative enterprises as the method of alleviating the evils of the wage system, the Lassallean. Socialist leaders of the Home Club strengthened the middle-class tendencies of the Powderly leadership and contributed enormously to the disastrous conflict with the trade unions in and outside of the order. In a short time, its anti-trade union outlook became the official policy of the General Executive Board. By 1886, the Home Club exercised considerable influence over the policies of the order, and controlled most of its general officers. 11. This is not to say that the only anti-trade union sentiment in the order came from the Lassallean socialists. It came from other sources too. Farmers, storekeepers, rural professionals, businessmen, remnants of the Grangers and the Greenback Labor Party, and other non-working class elements in the Knights. But the Phi 1 J. Orton things to underscore NGTE tilde tilde th. Alth anti-trade union attitude of the Lassallean socialists coincided with the views I. He non-working CL, ISS Aleli, ents in the order and fitted in to underscore the program of Powderly and other leaders. The anti-trade union elements in the order argued that the trade unions were entirely outmoded by the widespread introduction of machinery and were totally incapable of combating effectively the power of developing monopoly feudalism. The Industrial Revolution, they maintained, had, through specialization, so greatly diminished the number of skilled workers that there was no longer any need for craft unions. Furthermore, the isolated, individualistic policies of many of the trade unions rendered them ineffective in the struggle against anti-labor employers. Too frequently the employers were able to smash a strike called by a trade union because the members of other unions in the industry continued to work at their jobs and even did the work of the striking trade unionists. As Fred Turner, General Secretary of the Order and a member of the Home Club, put it, trade unions isolated from other trades are failures, and it is the duty and aim of the KFL to wipe out this trade union feeling and make one common brotherhood of man. 12. Another criticism of the trade unions was that they were interested primarily in immediate improvements, such as higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions. In 1884, the General Assembly set forth what it regarded as an essential difference between the trade unions and the Knights, that our order contemplates a radical change, while trades unions accept the industrial system as it is and endeavor to adapt themselves to it. The attitude of our order to the existing industrial system is necessarily one of war. 13. In short, the anti-trade union elements believed that the reason for being for this relic, the trade union, had passed. It should be replaced by general labor bodies like the mixed assemblies in which all types of workers, skilled and unskilled, would be merged, and through which the workers would be educated regarding the fundamental principles of labor solidarity and the value of producers' cooperatives in ending the evils of wage slavery. In comparison to isolated trade unions, Powderly thought that the mixed assembly of the order bears the same relation that the locomotive of today does to the stagecoach of half a century ago. 14. Some of the criticisms leveled against the trade unions were justified. Too many of the craft unions were concerned only with getting as much as possible for themselves. They ignored the plight of the unskilled and semi-skilled, erected barriers against the admission of Negro, women, and foreign-born workers, maintained an isolated existence, indifferent even to the needs of fellow trade unionists who were under attack, and operated on the theory that immediate improvements were the be-all and end-all of the labor movement. Nonetheless, there were serious defects in the reasoning of the anti-trade union elements, and their solution for the shortcomings of the craft unions was destined to affect adversely the entire working class, not merely the skilled workers. Despite the fact that machinery had made serious inroads into the bargaining strength of the skilled workers of the 80s, it had not yet rendered obsolete the existence of craft unionism. To criticize the craft unions for their exclusive policies was correct, but to conclude that these unions should be destroyed and their members drawn into the Knights directly and united in mixed assemblies together with workers of different trades, unskilled workers and even non-working class elements, was to betray a woeful ignorance of strategy and tactics. While the skilled workers had problems and needs in common with the unskilled, they had problems and needs which were peculiar to themselves. It was the recognition of this fact that had led to the correct policy of establishing K.F.L. assemblies organized along trade lines. The need of the day was not to unite the workers into a general, confused body regardless of the special requirements of the different categories of workers, but rather to build closer unity between the trade assemblies of skilled workers and the mixed assemblies. Already, as we have seen, the Knights had succeeded in establishing remarkable solidarity among all workers regardless of skill, color, sex, religious beliefs, and nationality backgrounds. When the anti-trade union elements declared war on the trade unions in the name of labor solidarity, they actually disrupted the advance of labor solidarity. For, as we shall see, they forced the skilled craftsmen, in self-protection, to break the links that bound them in the Knights to the unskilled workers. The criticism that the trade unions were primarily interested in immediate improvements and accepted the existing industrial system would appear, at first glance, to be an extremely advanced declaration of principle. But it overlooked several vital facts. One was that not a few of the trade unions of the 80s, influenced by the Marxists, also contemplated a radical change in the existing system, and labored to bring about that change. But they did so by correctly linking the struggle for immediate demands with the movement for the abolition of wage slavery. This approach was infinitely more progressive than the radical-sounding but utopian doctrine of the anti-trade union elements who emphasized that the energies of the workers should be directed towards changing the industrial system through producers' cooperatives. When one realizes that the leadership of the anti-trade union elements was chiefly in the hands of those who rejected the class struggle, espoused the identity of interests between labor and capital, and were either indifferent or hostile to the struggle for immediate demands through which the working class could be organized and educated to advance towards the abolition of wage slavery, it is clear that fundamentally the doctrine was a backward one. Basically, it retreated to the labor philosophy of the 60s, which was frequently characterized by middle-class panaceas. Attitude toward political action. Writing in 1880, Powderly emphasized that most of the problems facing the working class required political action for their solution. The evils we now strike against are brought about by bad legislation, and, being corrected and reformed by wise legislation, the necessity for the strike ends. Political action was constantly linked by Powderly and other leaders of the order with strikes to hammer home the point that strikes were unnecessary. This connection is clearly set forth in the 1884 Constitution for local assemblies. Strikes, at best, only afford temporary relief, and members should be educated to depend upon thorough organization, cooperation, and political action, and through these the abolition of the wage system. 15. A reading of this statement of principles would lead one to believe that the leadership advocated intense political activity for the K.F.L. Yet in a number of his innumerable decisions, Powderly ruled that political action must not be discussed in local assemblies. The Knights of Labor, he declared in typical mystical fashion, is higher and grander than party. There is a nobler future before it. He was opposed to a labor party on the ground that it was not in accord with the genius of American institutions. 16. Thus the membership of the order was placed in the confusing position of being told, on the one hand, that many of the most pressing problems facing the labor movement could only be solved through political action, and, on the other, that discussion of political action in the assemblies was a violation of the Knights' principles. Small wonder that Powderly was flooded with letters from assemblies asking for clarification on the question of taking political action. Little wonder, too, that many assemblies, in taking a political stand, had to hide behind the subterfuge that their discussions and actions will not be political. 17. Actually, despite continued warnings from Powderly and other national leaders, assemblies in a number of states were active politically. 18. In the fall of 1885, K.F.L. tickets were nominated and elected in Michigan, Illinois, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York, and Virginia. 19. Instead of hailing these labor victories, Powderly was furious. He issued a decree warning assemblies which nominated candidates for office as Knights of Labor under the name of the order, that they have forfeited their right to membership in the order. But the assemblies ignored the threat, and John Swindon chided Powderly for ignoring the facts of life. The Order of the Knights of Labor is not a political party, but it cannot steer clear of politics. Its members must take part in governing the country. 20. The futile platitudes and vacillations of the leadership weakened the political influence of the order. With the exception of its successful lobbying activities in behalf of the anti-contract labor law adopted by Congress in February 1885, 14 of the 16 organizations represented at the congressional hearings were affiliated to the K.F.L., and one of the petitions presented to Congress by the order contained 50,000 names. The political action of the order as an integrated whole was negligible. The passage of the anti-contract labor law was but a meager windfall of what might have been a rich legislative harvest for the working class. Attitude towards strikes. In common with the leaders of other labor organizations of the 186 O's and 187 O's, the men who founded the K.F.L. were convinced that the strike was a hopeless weapon and should be abandoned in favor of arbitration and conciliation. These conclusions were influenced by the fact that many unions were still poorly organized and also by the unsuccessful strikes of the post-Civil War period. Underestimating the strength of organized labor, these men assumed that strikes would invariably end in defeat. The K.F.L. leadership clung to this approach even in the 188 O's when labor's strength was growing rapidly and when many strikes were successful. Their position was that regardless of the outcome, strikes are as a rule productive of more injury than benefit to the working people. As Powderly put it, a strike seldom fails of one result, that is, to create confusion and distrust, and finally breaks up the union. Whether the strike was successful or not, it generally breaks up the branch engaged in it. 21. The policy of the national leadership on the strike question failed to impress the rank-and-file members who in their daily life knew intimately employer-worker relations, and a group arose which claimed that if the Knights were to gain anything, they must be prepared to strike even though they never do it. 22. This group did not contend that the correct approach to the policies of the national leadership was an irresponsible attitude towards strikes. They did not contend that strikes should take place under any and every circumstance, regardless of the hardship they would cause the workers and the possibility of victory. But they correctly accused the national leadership of playing directly into the hands of the employers. Apart from depriving the workers of a chief method of struggle, their policy completely overlooked the fact that most employers in the 188 O's were not even willing to consider the idea of talking things *. Many of these K.F.L. organizations represented trade unions within the order, a fact which contradicts the thesis advanced by some historians that the trade unions gave little support to the campaign for the passage of the anti-contract labor law, presumably because the skilled workers were not menaced by the contract labor system. For a discussion of the attitude of labor leaders towards strikes in the 186 O's and 187 O's, see Foner, Op. Cit. pp. 374-75, 503-09. Over with a union to conciliate differences with their workers. Also ignored was the fact that many of the strikes by members of the order were called only as last resort, after all attempts at arbitration had failed. 23. The members of the order knew from experience that without the use of the strike as a last resort, employers would be uncompromising and their efforts to improve their conditions would be fruitless. Hence they paid little heed to pronouncements on the evils of strikes by the national leadership. 24. Infuriated by the indifference of the rank and file to their frequent utterances emphasizing the futility of strikes, the Powderly leadership took steps in 1886 to render it almost impossible for the Knights to use the strike as an economic weapon. Striking was forbidden unless 2/3 of a secret ballot was voted in favor of it. No strike was to be entered upon when outside financial aid was required until a member of the General Executive Board had tried to arbitrate, and then, if he were unsuccessful, the strike could be begun only by order of the General Executive Board. In short, the Executive Board had deliberately relieved itself of responsibility to heed the pleas of the hard-pressed membership. The result of this bankrupt policy was disastrous for the members of the order. No sooner, Powderly himself admitted, did our order place a strong hand on strikes and boycotts than the employers of labor began to strike and boycott. Over 200 lockouts have occurred since the employers got the idea that members of our organization could not strike without violating the laws of the order. 25. Betrayal of Second Gould Strike. Powderly's conduct in the Second Gould Strike in the spring of 1886 and the Battle of the Packing House Workers in the fall of that year intensified the conflict between the leadership and the rank and file. It became clear soon after the settlement in 1885 that Jay Gould had no real intention of permitting a union to exist in his empire. In violation of the agreement, railroad workers who joined the Knights were fired. Overtime work was not paid for, wages were not restored to the pre-strike level, and yardmen, bridgemen, section men and other semi-skilled and unskilled workers were constantly being discriminated against in the matter of wages, hours, and working conditions. 26. It also soon became, in the 2 years, 1886 and 1887, 161, 6 RO workers, most of them members of the KFL, were thrown out of work by lockouts. This was 60.3% of all who lost work through this cause during the whole decade of 1881 to 1890. Computed from U.S. Industrial Commission Report, 1901, Volume 17, page 633. Obvious that unless the Knights were recognized on the Southwestern system, the management could not be forced to obey the terms of the strike settlement. At a convention of District Council IOI in January, 1886, a resolution was adopted almost unanimously calling for recognition of the order by the Southwestern system, and a minimum wage of 50 Brazilian centavos per day for unskilled labor. The District Assembly's Executive Board began immediately to prepare for a strike if it should prove necessary to call one to force the acceptance of the demands for union recognition and a minimum wage. 27. The showdown came on the Texas and Pacific Railroad, then in receivership. On February 8, 1886, Charles A. Hall, master workman of District Assembly IOI and a foreman in the Texas and Pacific shops, was fired for being absent from work without permission. Martin Irons, socialist chairman of D.A. Ures Executive Board, anxious to achieve a peaceful settlement, appealed unsuccessfully to the receivers to reinstate Hall. When all attempts to confer with the receivers failed, the order to strike went out to the local assemblies of the Texas and Pacific. Coal heavers, miners, and telegraph operators joined the striking shopmen. 28. When the Gould management rejected every overture to settle the strike peacefully, it spread to the entire Southwestern system. Between March 6 and 13, shopmen, switchmen, trackmen, and other railroad workers laid down their tools. Unfortunately, many of the engineers, firemen, brakemen, and conductors, who were so active and important in the 1885 strike, remained at work. The conservative leaders of the railway brotherhoods turned a deaf ear to appeals for labor solidarity. The highly skilled railroad workers had received preferential treatment by the Gould management to separate them from the other workers on the lines, and the opportunistic leaders of the brotherhoods resolved not to jeopardize these gains regardless of what it might do to the strike. Gould's policy of dividing and conquering the workers on his railroads would now pay dividends. 29. Despite terror, intimidation, an hysterical Red Scare, and sabotage by the leaders of the railroad brotherhoods, the strikers held fast. Traffic was blockaded and business came to a standstill at St. Louis, Kansas City, and other points in the Southwest. 30. In its initial stages the strike was directed by Martin Irons. But his militant strategy and tactics frightened the top leadership of the Knights, and by the middle of March, Powderly decided to intervene. The Grand Master Workman immediately took steps to assure the railroad management that Irons' policies did not reflect those of the KFL, and he appealed to H.M. Hoxie, managing vice president of the Missouri Pacific, who had assumed charge of the management of the Southwestern system, for a conference to settle the strike by arbitration. Powderly got nowhere. But undeterred he appealed to Gould himself. This time he appeared to be successful. Gould met with Powderly on March 28, and a basis for arbitration was reached. Gould informed Powderly that he had wired Hoxie, ordering him not to discriminate against knights in hiring men. The telegram also stated, "We see no objection to arbitrating the differences between the employees and the company, past or future." 31. Powderly was jubilant. His policy of peaceful arbitration seemed vindicated. Without bothering to consult the strikers or any of their chosen strike leaders, Powderly wired Irons that Gould had consented to arbitration and ordered the strikers back to work. Joyfully he informed the press that Gould would arbitrate with the strikers and that the strike was over. 32. The very next day Gould announced that he had never consented to arbitration. Hoxie was in charge of the strike, he declared, and he was the one to decide policy. 33. The agreement between Gould and Powderly was thus revealed at one stroke to have been a device by management to break down the morale of the strikers. Powderly pressed for another conference, and this time he was told by Hoxie that management would deal only with a committee of workers who were actually at work. Even though this meant that the strike would have to be called off before the grievances of the strikers would be heard. Powderly ordered Irons to yield to Hoxie's terms. 34. Again, Powderly had not bothered to consult a single representative of the strikers before announcing his order. Had Irons obeyed, writes a student of the strike would have ended at this point, and the Knights of Labor would have suffered a crushing and humiliating defeat, for these were the terms of abject surrender. 35. But Irons refused to countersign Powderly's sellout, and called upon the strikers to hold their ranks intact and prepare for a last-ditch battle. The response of the strikers forced Powderly to agree to a continuation of the strike. 36. Although they gave lip-service support to the strike, Powderly and other top KFL leaders did little beyond issuing bravely worded statements. Meanwhile, the attack upon the strikers reached new heights of fury. 7 workers were killed on April 9 during a battle between strikers and police, militia and deputy sheriffs in East Street. Louis. Strikers were arrested daily and put in jail on such flimsy charges as contempt of court and inciting to riot. There were even indictments for communicating with individuals, requesting them not to work. 37. While strikers were being shot down and arrested, Powderly confined himself to lecturing Gould on his duties as the head of a leading industry and to appealing to his better judgment to end the strike. These pitiful appeals were ignored. Gould made it crystal clear that he was determined to smash the union. 38. On April 12, the House of Representatives ordered an investigation of the strike, and, 3 days later, a committee of 7 congressmen left for a tour of the strike area. Long hearings were held, after which the committee wrote a report finding many of the strikers' grievances justified and admitted that the concentration of wealth and power and the oppressions which have occurred as shown in the evidence taken may have promoted the unrest of labor. But the committee, having thrown a bone to labor, turned right about and asserted that the real cause of the strike was Martin Irons, chairman of the Executive Board of District Assembly 101, but for whom it is the opinion of your committee the strike would have been declared off at the request of Mr. Powderly, Grand Master Workman of Labor. 39. The committee failed to explain why the great majority of the strikers felt that Powderly had betrayed them and why they had insisted that he rescind his order undemocratically calling off the strike. By the end of April, it was clear that the strike was lost. The Southwestern system was almost in full operation, and only small bands of stalwarts reported for picket duty. The majority of the strikers were unable to hold out any longer against hunger, mass arrests, unprovoked attacks by police, sheriffs, troops, and vigilantes, and the vacillating policies of the top leadership of the Knights. On May 4, the General Executive Board of the Order formally declared the strike ended. Powderly heaved a huge sigh of relief. "The strike in the Southwest will be over this evening and I am glad of it," he wrote privately. 40. The workers could not share Powderly's joy. The surrender was unconditional. No protection for the strikers was arranged. No consideration of grievances was even asked for. No member of the Knights was rehired. 41. Blacklisted on the railroads, many of the strikers faced a dark future. Irons himself was blacklisted in every industry, and deprived of any opportunity to make a living as a worker. Betrayal of packing house strikers. Powderly's betrayal of the railroad strikers was followed a few months later by equally treacherous conduct in the Battle of the Packing House. Misfortune hounded Irons's steps. His wife died during the strike and his furniture was seized for debts. Forced out of every job he tried his hand at, he attempted to lecture but failed, and during his last years was reduced to keeping a lunch counter in a small basement saloon in Missouri. But he remained a class-conscious, militant socialist throughout these years of bitter privations. See Writings and Speeches of Eugene V. Debs, New York, 1948, page 42. Irons died in 1900, but his memory was kept alive by the workers of Missouri in 19 under the auspices of the Missouri State Federation of Labor, erected a monument above his grave paying tribute to him as a fearless champion of industrial freedom. Workers. In the summer of 1886, the Chicago packing house bosses reneged on their agreement of May 1 when the packing house unions had won their strike and gained an 8-hour day without a wage reduction. Repudiating the agreement, the Chicago Packers reintroduced the 10-hour day. In October 1886, 25,000 workers of the Union stockyards at Chicago went on strike for the 8-hour day. Thomas B. Berry, member of the K of L's General Executive Board, was sent immediately by the board to take charge of the strike. The strikers had the stockyards completely tied up, and the bosses were on the point of yielding. Just when the workers were on the verge of victory, Powderly sent a telegram ordering the men to abandon their demands for an 8-hour day and return to work. 42. The strikers were so dumbfounded by Powderly's strike-breaking order that at first they could not believe it to be true. But when they were assured that there was no mistake about the order, they refused to obey it. Thereupon, Powderly sent a message to Berry, directing him, if the men refused to obey the order to return to work, to take their charters from them. Since Powderly sent a copy of his message to Berry to the Associated Press, the packing house bosses knew immediately that with the Grand Master Workman's generous assistance, they had gained the upper hand in the struggle. They broke off negotiations with Berry and the strike committee, and, on November 8, 1886, adopted a resolution, signed by 24 packing house firms, among them Armour & Company, Swift & Company, John Cudahy, Nelson Morris & Company, Chicago Packing and Provision Company, in which they denounced the stockyards assemblies of the Knights of Labor and told the strikers that we will not employ any man who is a member of said labor organizations. That all men employed will be required to resign from such labor organizations and place such resignations in the hands of his employer. 43. The strike ended a week later in a total defeat for the workers. The men returned to work, their faith in the Knights severely shaken. At a meeting of the strikers on the very eve of their return, they adopted a resolution in which they declared that the Grand Master Workman's action in ordering the men to return to work unconditionally proved that T.V. Powderly was playing into the hands of the packers and not in the interest of the men. The late strikers also appealed to the order to rebuke Powderly for his strike-breaking role at a special assembly called for that purpose. Principles are what we contend for, not men, nor the dictation of any man, the embittered and disillusioned packing house workers declared. 44. Pressed to explain his treacherous conduct, Powderly answered, the laws of business cannot be lightly tampered with. And again, men who won capital are not our enemies. Man of today would be the enemy of the fellow toiler on the morrow. For after all, it is how to acquire capital and how to use it properly that we are endeavoring to learn. 45. Role of Catholic Church. Added to Powderly's determination not to antagonize employers by labor militancy was his deep concern not to antagonize the Catholic Church. Actually, the two are intertwined, for prominent businessmen were continually urging the Church to condemn the order on the grounds that it was plotting a socialist revolution. One industrialist warned a Catholic prelate as early as 1882 that the growth of the Knights of Labor led him to expect in the United States scenes not less terrible than those committed by the Commune in Paris. By 1886, when the order had reached a membership of over 700,000, these industrialists were looking to the Catholic Church as a major bulwark against the wrath of the miserably exploited workers. 46. In September 1884, instructions were issued by the Holy See at Rome condemning the Knights of Labor and directing every Catholic prelate in North America to stop their parishioners from belonging to the Order. 47 *. Despite the fact that the Knights increased its membership tremendously after 1884, Powderly was convinced that unless the ban was removed, the order was doomed. With the Christian Church opposed to us, he wrote in the fall of 1886, we will make but little headway. To have all forms of the Christian religion arrayed against us would no doubt give us the support of the infidel element, and with these elements acting in sympathy with the Knights of Labor, it is easy to judge the length of time our order would remain a power for good. 48. Powderly's formula, to win the benevolent forbearance of the American hierarchy, was a simple one. Prove by words and deeds that the order was a conservative influence in American life, and that not only did it have no connection with radicalism in any shape or form, but that it was actually a bulwark against radicalism. Precisely for these reasons, the reaction of many of the R25 Catholics estimated to be members of the order in the fall of R 884 was set forth by one of the Catholic members who wrote, we cannot as Catholics refuse implicit obedience to the behests of the Church, but at what a cost would she exact that obedience if she commands us to resign our only hope of relief from the state of slavery to which the Vanderbilts, Golds, Barretts, Perkins and other corporation magnates have reduced us owing to our hitherto isolated and consequently defenseless condition. J.N.O. S. B. Coggeshall to Powderly, January 28, 1882, pp. The figure of the number of Catholics in the order, based on Powderly's estimate, is little more than a guess since the religion of the members was not asked. See Powderly to Archbishop Patrick J. Ryan, October 24 greater than R 884, PLB. Over, the Church should encourage Catholic workers to remain in the order. for if they left, the control of the organization would fall into the hands of radical elements. 49. While this formula may have appeared simple when set forth in well-rounded phrases, it was quite another matter to reconcile it with the militant activities of the rank-and-file knights. When even strikes were being characterized as limited revolution by clergymen, it is easy to see that Powderly undertook no simple task when he set out to prove to the church that the order was a conservative body. Especially so since Powderly himself had to remove the impressions created by his own earlier associations with the radical elements in and outside the order. Although Uriah S. Stevens, the founder of the KFL, bitterly opposed having anything to do with the socialists, either individually or as a body, Powderly was for several years on good terms with the leaders of the Socialist Labour Party. He was eager to accept the support of the socialists in the campaign against the order's absolute secrecy, and he even became a member of the SLP 51. But by the summer and fall of 1882, Powderly had reached the conclusion that he had to make a real effort to remove the suspicions his associations with the radical elements were causing among the clergymen. He privately acknowledged that he still entertained socialistic ideas, and that, if socialism and communism means the restoration of man's natural rights, I am a socialist and a communist. But he deliberately avoided appearing at meetings at which prominent socialists would speak, convinced that if he did so, it would be telegraphed to the four corners of the earth that the KFL was a socialist society. 52. Powderly was to devote a large portion of his time, both in speeches and writings, to the repetition of the theme that neither he nor the organization he headed had anything in common with radicalism. He became almost hysterical as he denied that he had ever belonged to the Socialist Labour Party. 53. There is no doubt that Powderly's conservative speeches and actions played a large role in the rapprochement between the Catholic Church and the Knights of Labour and helped to win favour for the order in Rome. For one thing, the Catholic press and the United Press hailed Powderly's leadership as conservative and intelligent, praised the Knights for having put the right man in the right place when they chose him for their leader, and predicted that it would be an almost irreparable loss if he were ever unseated as head of the order. 54. For another and more important thing, in his famous appeal to the Vatican to reverse its condemnation of the Knights, which he delivered to the Holy Office personally on February 20, 1887, Cardinal James Gibbons of ing the inherent conservatism of the order as well as the fact that the Knights' leadership discouraged violence and kept strikes within the limits of good order and legitimate action. Powderly's champions have argued that the announcement in March 1887 that the Holy Office objected to nothing in the KFL in the final decision a year and a half later in which the Holy See conditionally tolerated the order justified the Grand Master Workman's conservative policies. 55. But this ignores, first, that the removal of the ban on the Knights did not end the attacks on the order by individual Catholic clergymen in the United States. Second, that the removal of the ban came when the order was declining rapidly, and, third and most important, that this decline was considerably hastened, as we shall see below, by these very conservative policies of the leadership that were so important in gaining for the order the Church's conditional toleration. This is not to say that Rome's final decision was not to be of importance for the American labor movement, for it was a significant step in the transition from opposition on the part of church leaders toward trade unions to conditional approval, the condition being that the unions must not become too radical. But the members of the Knights of Labor and the American working class as a whole paid a costly price for the decision from Rome in the form of a reactionary drive by the leadership of the order against militant trade unionism and those who espoused this policy. The Powderly machine. Had the other general officers displayed characteristics different from those of their superior, the unfortunate influence exercised by Powderly might have been nullified. But with the exception of a few men like Joseph R. Buchanan, many of the general officers showed the same ready capacity for the utterances of fine sentiments, while their acts bore no special relation to their verbal professions. Like Powderly, they were not well grounded in issues of major concern to the workers, and found it, the decision of the Holy Office was conditional toleration, not approval in the sense that it certainly showed no outright approval of American labor organization, and that its emphasis was definitely anti-socialistic, rather than on the positive necessity and the good to be derived from such a labor association. The decision demanded that several of the statutes of the Knights of Labor should be corrected, especially in the preamble of the Constitution for local assemblies. Words which seemed to savor of socialism and communism must be amended in such a way as to make clear that the soil was granted by God to man, or rather the human race, that each one might have the right to acquire some portion of it, by use however of lawful means and without violation of the right of private property. Henry J. Brown, The Catholic Church and the Knights of Labor, Washington, D.C. 1949, pp. 323-24. Difficult to mingle with the rank and file. Like Powderly, they expressed contempt for the workers and blamed them for the attacks upon the order by employers and their agents. Like Powderly, they engaged in red baiting, charged that the opposition to the leadership's class collaboration policies was all the work of the socialists, and even egged on the Grand Master Workman to bring on an issue between those who desire reform after the American idea or through the methods and treachery of importation. 56, thus echoing the cry of the employers and their agents that socialists and other radicals were foreign agitators. In essence, the General Executive Board displayed many of the qualities exemplified by the Grand Master Workman. There is full justification for the statement that what was achieved by the Knights of Labor was achieved in spite of these leaders. Although he resigned once, on January 5, 1883, 57, and threatened to resign many times thereafter, Powderly remained Grand Master Workman until 1893. The Constitution gave him and his henchmen on the General Executive Board great power. As Joseph A. Labadie pointed out correctly in 1882, the Constitution, gives too much power to a few who are responsible to no one. 58 Powderly appointed most of the committees of the General Assembly, especially the powerful Committee on Credentials, and was thus able to dominate the seating of delegates, kill off resolutions to which he was opposed, and, in general, operate the conventions more or less as he wished. Moreover, the General Executive Board, controlled by Powderly and his lieutenants, could suspend any local officer or member, revoke any charter, and, by a unanimous vote, terminate any strike, general or local. 59 Finally, through control of the official journal, Powderly and his henchmen were able to see to it that the membership heard only one, their, side of any conflict over policy. 60. Failure OFSLP. To challenge Powderly, many of the local leaders and rank-and-file members of the order, like Martin Irons and Frank J. Farrell, were socialists or were influenced by the socialists, and they were instrumental in mobilizing the Knights for militant struggle, and in advancing the program of labor solidarity. 61 But the same cannot be said of the SLP leadership, most of whom were German Americans who concentrated on securing resolutions from labor organizations endorsing in general terms the desirability. My machinery is working very nicely through the country, Powderly wrote. Someone will have to get off the General Executive Board soon or be expelled. Powderly to John Hayes, February 22, 1888, Powderly-Hayes Correspondence, Mullen. Library of the Catholic University of America, Washington, D.C., hereafter cited as Ph.C. of Socialism, and who held the Knights in contempt for its failure to come out clearly and decisively for socialism. Writing to his American friends, Engels criticized the German-American Marxists for remaining aloof from the KFL because it did not proclaim a clear-cut Marxist program. Engels pointed out that it was necessary for the Marxists to work inside them, the Knights, to form within this still quite plastic mass a core of people who understand the movement and its aims, and who would be able, backed by the rank and file, to challenge successfully the class collaborationist policies of the Powderly leadership. 62. But with few exceptions, 63 the SLP leadership remained on the sidelines during the crucial years of the internal struggle in the order between the rank and file and the Powderly administration, and only abandoned this attitude in the early 189s, when the KFL was a shell of its former self. In due time, the workers came to realize the utter bankruptcy of Powderly's policies. In battles with the employers, they found the head of the Knights and his lieutenants on the side of the enemies of the workers. By then, Powderly's machine was operating in high gear, and it was no easy matter to remove him from leadership and reverse his policies. But the struggle continued, and in 1893, as we shall see, the rule of the labor leader, Terence V. Powderly, was brought to an end. While the Marxists remained aloof from the Knights, other wings of the socialist movement, like the Lassallean socialists, exerted increasing influence in the order. An independent socialist movement in the far west and the Rocky Mountain region, under the leadership of Burnett G. Haskell, captured the leadership of a number of local assemblies and placed Joseph R. Buchanan on the Knights General Executive Board. Burnett G. Haskell Papers, Bancroft Library. University of California. Charles MacArthur Dessler, American Radicalism, 18,651,901, New London, Con. 1946, pp. 79-103. In the chapter that follows, the discussion of the origins of Labor Day was written before the publication of evidence that it may have been Matthew Maguire, and not Peter J. Maguire, who was the father of Labor Day. In 1967, George Perlman, a retired machinist of Paterson, New Jersey, began publishing articles setting forth evidence that his fellow machinist, Matthew Maguire, was the real father of Labor Day. For a discussion of the controversy over who is the father of Labor Day, see Jonathan Grossman's article on this subject, Monthly Labor Review, September, 1972, pp. 3-6. Since the discussion of the Haymarket affair in the same chapter was published, Henry David published a revised edition of his work, The History of the Haymarket Affair, New York, 1963, and the present writer published the autobiographies of the Haymarket Martyrs, New York, 1969, making available for the first time since they appeared in the Knights of Labor and Alarm, the autobiographies of all 8 of the Haymarket martyrs, together with an analysis of the case by their attorney, William Perkins Black. Songs of the 8-Hour Movement may be found in Philip S. Foner, Songs of the 8-Hour Movement, Labor History, Volume 13, 1972, pp. 571-88, and reprinted in Philip S. Foner, American Labor Songs of the 19th Century, Urbana, Illinois, 1975. Chapter 6. The Federation, Labor Day and May Day. Even while the Knights of Labor were achieving their greatest successes, an organization was emerging that was soon to supplant the Order as the leader of the American labor movement. This was the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada, the name of which was changed in 1886 to the American Federation of Labor. The Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions. In a previous volume we traced the forces that led to the formation of the Federation and described in detail its birth at a convention in Pittsburgh in 1881. From the very beginning, the Federation was brought under the control of the national trade unions by a provision which gave them representation in the annual convention according to the size of their membership, whereas the local councils were given only 1 vote regardless of membership. But, despite the prominent role assigned to them, the majority of the national trade unions did not for some years show much enthusiasm for the Federation, and those that did, confined it to wordy endorsements, when the organization was desperately in need of funds. 1. The anti-trade union elements had not yet seized control of the KFL, hence many of the leading national unions felt that their needs were being served by the order. Others remained aloof from both the Knights and the Federation. The Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, represented by 10 delegates at the Pittsburgh Convention in C. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the U.S., Volume I, pp. 512-24. 93. L88R withdrew from the Federation in 1883 because the organization adopted a series of resolutions condemning high tariffs. 2. Issuing no charters to its constituent organizations and hampered by lack of membership and funds, the Federation was rapidly reduced to the status of a resolution-passing body. Between conventions, the Federation functioned only through its legislative committee set up in 1881 to organize a campaign to secure protective and other legislation favorable to the workers. The committee helped to secure employment for blacklisted workers, stimulated the organization of trade unions in several cities, and helped to strengthen a number of national unions. Although its work in the economic field was gradually expanded, the committee's activity was mainly political. 3. It maintained that during the first 2 years of its existence it had helped to bring about the general investigation of capital and labor by the Senate Committee on Education and Labor, aided in defeating a bill declaring unions of seamen to be conspiracies and mutiny, punishable by heavy fines and a long term of imprisonment, influenced the passage of a bill by the Ohio legislature to abolish the prison labor contract system, of another a bill by the New York legislature abolishing cigar making in tenement houses, and the adoption of bills by several legislatures prohibiting the employment of children under 12, and providing for compulsory education of children. 4. The committee reported further that, in recent elections, the loss of the Union was a severe blow to the Federation. The amalgamated membership was estimated in 1882 at between 50,000 and 60,000, New York Sun. May 14, 1882, W. H. Foster to Gompers, December 28, 1885, AFL Corps, years later. P. J. McGuire, leaders of the Carpenters Union and AFL Secretary-Treasurer, wrote to Gompers, "We cannot afford to take a position on the tariff question, for our prior experience of the injury it wrought to the old Federation in 1882 is a sufficient lesson." May 21, 1897, AFL Corps. Among the resolutions adopted by the Federation between 1882 and 1884 was one at the 1882 convention extending an invitation to all women's organizations and assuring them that they would be represented at future sessions, upon an equal footing with trade organizations of men. No such invitation went to organizations of Negro workers. The 1883 convention followed up the invitation to women's organizations with a direct appeal to working girls and women, urging them to organize and unite with the Federation in establishing the principle that equal amounts of work should bring the same prices whether performed by man or woman. The convention also appealed to factory workers to organize, and called upon its legislative committee to devote its special effort, the ensuing year, towards organizing the factory operatives of the country. P10 Seatings. Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions, 1882 Convention, pp. 16, 19, 20, 23. Proceedings, 1883 Convention, pp. 13, 19. T. Samuel Gompers was chairman, Richard Powers, first vice chairman, Gabriel Edmonston, second vice chairman, W. H. Foster, secretary, and Robert Howard, treasurer of the legislative committee. of labor have been elevated in several sections of the country to positions which give them a voice in the enactment of the laws which govern us, and, what is more gratifying, several officeholders notoriously hostile to our cause have been defeated by the unified efforts of trade unionists. 5. Whether or not the claims were justified, a point difficult to determine on the basis of the available evidence. The Legislative Committee was far from satisfied with its achievements. It was our intention, it reported to the 1883 Convention, to circulate extensively during our term of office, tracts and brief pamphlets, with the object of educating the toilers up to trade unionism and the aims of the Federation. But up to very recently we were without funds, and are consequently obliged to bequeath this work to our successors. 6. But the successors were in no better position. In his report to the 25 delegates, representing less than 50,000 members of affiliated unions, at the 1884 convention in Chicago, Secretary Frank K. Foster admitted that the Federation was a failure. Its legislative achievements were hardly significant. Its campaign to organize the factory workers had scarcely begun. The attempt to unify the labor movement had produced no results. Most of the important national unions were still outside the Federation, and the few who were inside and sent delegates to its conventions gave it little or no support. The chief bright spot in the gloomy picture, Foster announced, was the fact that it was his pleasant duty to inform the delegates of the opening of fraternal relations between the trade unions of France and the United States as a result of the Federation's work. Otherwise there was little he could point to as a positive achievement. In presenting my report as secretary for the year past, Foster declared, "I am conscious that its chief interest will consist of future possibilities it suggests rather than its record of objects attained. The lack of funds has seriously crippled the work of the Federation, and this, coupled with an organization lacking cohesiveness, has allowed small scope for effective expenditure of effort." 7. On November 20, 1881, immediately after it was organized, the Legislative Committee unanimously adopted a resolution asserting that no member of the body should publicly advocate the claims of any of the political parties. But this shall not preclude the advocacy to office of a man who is pledged purely and directly to labor measures. Minutes of the Legislative Committee of the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada, November 19, 1881 to December 17, 1887, AFL Archives. In correspondence with the trade unions of France, Foster wrote, "The labor question is practically the same the world over. It varies in degree, not in kind. Labor knows no country, and the laborers of the world should clasp hands for their common weal. With industrial unity, barbaric war cannot exist." Proceedings, 1884 Convention, pp. 12-13. Founding of Labor Day. Yet out of the I-884 Convention of the dying Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions came two resolutions which were to have far-reaching effects on the American labor movement and the American people as a whole for generations to come. One resolution led to the establishment of Labor Day, and the other of May Day, as labor holidays. On May 8, 1882, Peter J. McGuire, Socialist founder and General Secretary of the Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, arose at a meeting of the Central Labor Union of New York City and introduced a resolution recommending that a day should be set aside as a festive day for a parade through the streets of the city. He proposed the first Monday in September, since it would come at the most pleasant season of the year, nearly midway between the 4th of July and Thanksgiving, and would fill a wide gap in the chronology of legal holidays. 8. The proposal was enthusiastically received and the labor body set September 5, I-882, as the date for its first parade. More than 30,000 men and women, bricklayers, freight handlers, printers, painters, blacksmiths, railroad men, cigar makers, furriers, seamstresses, and other workers lined up for the march on the morning of September 5. Labor will be united, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for what? We will strike with the ballot, were some of the slogans on the placards carried by the workers as they proudly marched down New York's fashionable Fifth Avenue and into Union Square. 9. When labor turned out again on September 5, 1883, there were 10,000 in the line of march, and newspapers reported that 10 times that number lined the streets and cheered. Many of the marchers, Negro and white, carried placards reading, "We must crush monopolies lest they crush us, I.O." In 1884, the New York Central Labor Union decided to hold the Labor Day Parade on the first Monday in September, which was September 1. It also communicated with central labor bodies in other cities to urge them to celebrate the first Monday in September as a universal holiday for workingmen. Every worker who toiled for a living would be welcome. No distinction of color will be made. Race prejudice will be ignored. Religious differences will be set aside, but all men will be on an equality provided he earns his daily bread. 11. That year workers marched in Buffalo, in Cincinnati, and in Lynn and Haverhill, Massachusetts, as well as in New York City. More than the Wendell Phillips Labor Club, an organization of 150 Negro workers, headed the second division of the parade. The 1882 parade was held on a Tuesday and the one in 1883 on a Wednesday. 20,000, representing 50 trade unions, paraded in New York. The New York Herald headlined its account thus: "A great outpouring from the Central Labor Union, a procession that filled the streets and was received with cheers." 12. The first national organization to move that a day be set apart throughout the nation for labor to celebrate was the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions. At the 1884 convention in Chicago, the veteran labor leader, A.C. Cameron, a member of Typographical Union No. 16, representing the Chicago Trades and Labor Assembly, introduced the following resolution: Resolved, that the first Monday in September of each year be set apart as a laborers' national holiday, and that we recommend its observance by all wage workers, irrespective of sex, calling, or nationality. 13. The resolution was unanimously adopted. In a call to workers all over the country to rally behind the resolution, the Federation urged all connected with the Grand Army of Labor, skilled or unskilled, to be ranged under one banner, and help to make this a day worthy of the cause they represent. 14. This call was supplemented by special resolutions adopted by local groups in many states. The Minneapolis Trades and Labor Assembly called on the workers to demonstrate to capitalists, bankers and their hirelings the power you possess when you thoroughly understand how to think and legislate for yourselves. While you drudge and toil away your lives for a bare existence, these idlers and non-producers live in luxury and debauchery, squandering with a lavish hand that which belongs to you, that which your labor produces. They have tried to deny us the right to organize, a right guaranteed by the Constitution of this government. Therefore we call on you to show that we defy them, that you will organize, that you have organized, that the day of your deliverance is approaching. To do this we ask you to join in our ranks in celebrating the day. The Trades and Labor Assembly proclaims to be labor's annual holiday the first Monday of September. Leave your benches, leave your shops. 15. The first nationwide observance of the first Monday in September as a national holiday took place on September 1885, on which day, a contemporary newspaper commented, WMD inaugurated a national labor holiday which will be observed, probably, so long as labor organizations exist throughout the United States. 16. The first state in the Union to make Labor Day official was Oregon, in 1887. In 1894, Amos J. Cummings, a New York congressman and member of Typographical Union No. 6, introduced a bill in Congress, drawn up by the A.F. of L., to establish Labor Day, the first Monday in September, as a national legal holiday. It was adopted by Congress on June 28, 1894, and signed on the same day by President Cleveland. 17. The 8-hour day. In every Labor Day demonstration of the early L-88Os, the leading slogan was, 8 hours to constitute a day's work. Hence it is not surprising that the same convention of the Federation which issued a call to the workers to celebrate the first Monday in September as labor's national holiday, should have taken the lead in a nationwide campaign for the 8-hour day. The Federation's 1884 convention adopted a historic resolution which read, Resolved, by the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada, that 8 hours shall constitute a legal day's labor from and after May L. 1886, and that we recommend to labor organizations throughout this district that they so direct their laws as to conform to this resolution by the time named. 18. May Day is a day when the workers demonstrate their class and international solidarity, thus has its origins in their efforts to achieve a shorter working day, particularly their struggles for the 8-hour day. In the previous volume, we traced the history of the battle for an 8th day before the L-88Os. This struggle produced some results. 6 states adopted 8-hour laws by 1867. A number of city councils enacted ordinances extending the 8-hour day to its public employees. In June 1868, Congress enacted the first federal 8-hour law in American history, granting the 8-hour day to government employees. These laws, however, __v tilde e in, tilde _ ffec tilde ua, tilde 1, _ a tilde tilde tilde, I, L tilde is, L _ IFIC tilde NT for EG tilde J1 jeg precedent, and Miran NG _ grow MG _ population 11 la tilde A tilde. The state laws did not provide any means of enforcem _ N tilde P. Less than 1 _ 11 Sully contained a clause accepting employees from the provisions of the Act if they had a special contract with their employers providing for longer co tilde s. The federal law was subject to such varied interpretations that it did not secure an 8-hour day for all the workers who were supposed to equivir. It was tilde I tilde 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 2 tilde E tilde tilde XA 20P tilde tilde age C tilde T which remammed M edictile fee I 8 2 and was only I fut EY 2 bore S persistent resistance. Finally, in 1876, the United States Supreme Court completely nullified the law by declaring that the federal government could make separate agreements with its employees. 19. In the early 80s, emphasis in the struggle for the 8-hour day was still on legislative action. But it soon became obvious that labor could. See Foner, Op. Cit. pp. 363-69, 371, 277-82, 504. No longer depend upon legislative action to secure the 8-hour day. The way to get it, P. J. McGuire told a mass meeting of carpenters was by organization. In 1868, the United States passed an 8-hour law, and that law has been enforced just twice. If you want an 8-hour law, make it yourself. Speaking for the Carpenters and Joiners Union, McGuire declared, "We want an enactment by the workingmen themselves that on a given day 8 hours should constitute a day's work, and they ought to enforce it themselves." 20. In 1884, McGuire's union, the Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, instructed its delegates to the Federation's convention in Chicago to submit a resolution fixing May 1, 1886, as the time for a simultaneous establishment of 8 hours as illegal days, J, or for all workers. The resolution, introduced by Delegate Edmonston, and adopted after a lengthy discussion by a vote of 23 to 2, contained no provision indicating what methods should be used by labor to secure the 8-hour day on May L, 1886. But that a strike was envisaged by the delegates is seen in the approval of a proposal by Frank K. Foster urging that a vote be taken in all labor organizations, prior to the next Congress, as to the feasibility of a universal strike for a working day of 8 or 9 hours, to take effect not later than May 1, 1886. 21. The delegates, wrote a calm till despondent who covered the convention for Foon Swindon's paper, were convinced that it is useless to wait for legislation. A united demand for a shorter working day, backed by thorough organization, would prove vastly more effective than the enactment of 1,000 laws depending for enforcement upon the pleasure of aspiring politicians or sycophantic department officials. 22. Success or failure of its proposal, the Federation knew, depended upon the response of its more powerful and influential rival, JSNI-T section of labor. Hence a resolution was passed instructing the incoming UGI, a committee to extend an invitation to the order, to cooperate in the general movement to establish the 8-hour reform. 23. There was reason to believe that this invitation would not meet with a favorable response from the order's officialdom. In 1884, the K of L declared it to be the aim of the order, to shorten the hours of labor by a general refusal to work for more than 8 hours. 24. But Powderly, a committee appointed by the Federation and headed by Congressman Merck, visited President Chester A. Arthur in 1882 to secure enforcement of the existing national 8-hour law. The committee was received coldly at the White House and bluntly informed by the President, "I do not think the 8-hour law is constitutional, and no power on earth can make me enforce an unconstitutional law." Proceedings, 1882 Convention, Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions, pp. 2:18. It did not seem to occur to the President that his duty was to enforce and not to interpret laws. And his colleagues on the General Executive Board made it clear that this did not mean support for a general strike movement for the 8th day. Instead of a mass demonstration, Powderly recommended that all members of the order should simultaneously write letters to the newspapers on Washington's birthday, February 22, 1885. After the letter-writing campaign was over, Powderly pronounced it a great success in creating a healthy public opinion, for manufacturers began to discuss the question and study its possibilities. 25. This was cold comfort, of course, to the hundreds of thousands of workers toiling long hours in the factories, shops, and mines. It became clear by the summer of 1885 that the officialdom of the Knights was out to undermine the movement for the 8-hour day inaugurated by the Federation. Fred Turner, General Secretary of the Order, did not even bother to acknowledge the letter from the Federation's secretary urging the Knights to cooperate with us in establishing the 8-hour workday from May 1, 1886. At the General Assembly in 1885, the officials granted scant consideration to a resolution commending the Federation and urging support of the movement it was sponsoring. Moreover, in his annual address to the convention, Powderly went out of his way to condemn the May 1 plan of the Federation. Asserting that the 8-hour question is a political one, he recommended that the proposition to inaugurate a general strike for the establishment of the shorter hour plan on the 1st of May, 1886, should be discountenanced by this body. The people most interested in the project are not as yet educated in the movement, and a strike under such conditions must prove abortive. The date fixed is not a suitable one. The plan suggested to establish it is not the proper one. 26. But underscore the rank tilde and file Knights thought 1GHT differently. Assembly after assembly adopted resolutions requesting the General Assembly to fix May as the day on which to strike for 8 hours, and the K of L organizers utilized the 8-hour issue in establishing new assemblies. A number of the letters to Powderly from assemblies endorsing the 8-hour movement added that it should be coupled with a demand for a more thoroughgoing change in the economic system. The time has arrived, fellow workmen, wrote one assembly in this connection, when we should stop lopping off branches and lay the axe at the root. We must demand an entire change in the industrial system as well as an 8-hour day. 21. It is significant that these letters did not call for abandonment of the fight for an 8-hour day until the whole social system had been revolutionized. Powderly, on the other hand, in typical demagogical fashion, took the view that the advantage gained when the hours of labor are reduced to 8 hours a day could only be realized when a just and humane system of land ownership, control of machinery, railroads, and telegraphs, as well as an equitable currency system, were achieved. 28. The founding of May Day. The enthusiastic response from the rank and file of the labor movement encouraged the delegates to the Federation's convention in 1885 to repeat the declaration that an 8-hour system was to go into effect on May 1886. Furthermore, they requested that member unions and organizations not affiliated to the Federation which did not propose to strike for the shorter day should aid those which would, with all the power at their command. The Legislative Committee was entrusted with authority to put the 8-hour workday in practical operation on May 1886, and was empowered to appeal for financial aid from all trade and labor unions. 29. This time the officers of the Federation took some steps to make effective preparation for the impending struggle. Machinery was established by which the 8-hour day could be gained through negotiation with employers, and a form agreement was drawn up to be signed at conferences between the unions and employers. But if peaceful negotiation proved fruitless, the unions were to resort to the strike. Meanwhile, until May 1886, the unions were to agitate for the EIGRT hour day through SSM. Eatings, circ microlar tilde. E tilde tilde L tilde tilde underscore H tilde R tilde tilde A. L tilde and the workers were fully mobilized to take action at the proper announcement. 30. This Proger underscore ATNYVAs underscore submitted to the K of L, which was again asked to cooperate. Once again, the leadership received the invitation coldly, and for the most part ignored the appeal. And once again the rank and tilde file of the order welcomed the plan with open arms, and an increasing number of local assemblies passed resolutions calling upon the leadership to support the Federation. The rank and file of the order, one historian points out, was ready for militant methods, but its leaders were far too peace-loving to resort to widespread industrial action. 31. When, despite admonitions from headquarters, the rank and file membership of the Knights began to make preparations for the 1st of May, 1886, Powderly, in one of his many secret circulars, remonstrated against the efforts of members to pledge the order to support the 8-hour movement. In the well-known secret circular of March 13, 1886, Powderly wrote, "No assembly of the Knights of Labor must strike for the 8-hour system on May 1st under the impression that they are obeying orders from headquarters, for such an order was not, and will not, be given. Neither employer nor employer educated to the needs and necessities of the short-hour plan." 32. While Powderly was powerless to stop the 8-hour movement, he did succeed in preventing effective and concerted action in labor's ranks. The March circular divided the members of the order, and although thousands of Knights continued to play a conspicuous role at all meetings held to prepare for May 1st in New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Louisville, St. Louis, Milwaukee, Boston, and other cities, they did so in the knowledge that they were going over the heads of their national leaders, a step which many Knights were not prepared to take. 33. In Chicago, scene of the most aggressive effort to win the 8-hour day, the social revolutionaries threw themselves wholeheartedly into the movement, and were largely responsible for the tremendous upsurge in that city for the shorter working day. At the outset, the anarchist leaders of the International Working Peoples, ~9 underscore less than, underscore tilde n the so-called Bloc International, equals CTTD not look with favor on the 8-hour demand. To exceed the point that capitalists have the right to 8 hours of our labor, declared the alarm, is more than a compromise, it is a virtual concession that the wage system is right. The movement for a shorter working day, even if successful, was trivial compared to the struggle to abolish the wage system. It would be only a sop thrown to the workers to keep them satisfied and to divert their energies from the struggle to overthrow wage slavery. 34. But when the Chicago anarchists saw how deeply the working class everywhere was stirred and how bitterly the industrialists opposed the movement, they understood that all conscious laboring men and women had to join in a common front. As Parsons explained later, the left-wingers endorsed the 8-hour struggle, first, because it was a class movement against domination, therefore historical, and evolutionary, and necessary, and secondly, because we did not choose to stand aloof and be misunderstood by our fellow workers. 35. Once they entered wholeheartedly into the 8-hour movement, the Chicago social revolutionaries put real life into the struggle. Though they were ignored by the more conservative labor leaders, the radicals worked day and night for the cause, and the Central Labor Union, in which the members of the LWPA were active, gave full support to the 8-Hour Association, the United Front organization which had inaugurated the campaign in Chicago. On the Sunday before May 1, _th_c.l, R.al. Laborer. Eischen organized a huge 8-hour demonstratic. IFL_Y. H_UOR. Section. J. RL. S. ing _guy R25 unions took par. T. 6. Preparations for the nationwide May Day strike were most successful and aggressive in Chicago, the center of a militant left-wing labor movement. But also in New York, Cincinnati, Baltimore, Milwaukee, Boston, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and Washington and many other cities, thousands of workers, skilled and unskilled, men and women, Negro and white, native and immigrant, organized and unorganized, were drawn into the struggle for the shorter working day. There is 8-hour agitation everywhere, John Swinton's paper exulted in mid-April, 1886. By that time almost 250,000 industrial workers were involved in the movement, and so powerful was the upsurge that about 30,000 workers had already been granted a 9 or 8-hour day. 37. Ever before H.A. popular slogan gripped the hearts of Mexican workers as did the E.GHT. 11. Newspapers and their Spock Smen F. R. The employers wailed that the 8-hour day was communism, lund and rampant, that it would encourage loafing and gambling, rioting, debauchery, and drunkenness, and would only bring lower wages, more poverty, and social degradation for American workers. 38. But the workers were not impressed. They smoked 8-hour tobacco, purchased 8-hour shoes, and sang the 8-hour song. 39. We mean to make things over. We're tired of toil for naught, but bare enough to live on, never an hour for thought. We want to feel the sunshine, we want to smell the flowers. We're sure that God has willed it, and we mean to have 8 hours. We're summoning our forces from shipyard, shop, and mill. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for what we will. The first May Day. On the fateful 1st of May itself, workers in every industrial center downed tools in demand for the 8-hour day. 4. About 3,201,000 workers FA_C. Saint establishments in the count ~RA. ~E went out degree tilde. N equals S. In ~1, 49, less than, 2 pound approximately 9 R R 1, L2, 1 E, and 4. Less than, NER D. A shorter work MG day without STNKMG. Very railroad the city was crippled, all the freight houses were closed and barred, and some unions began with the demand for the 9-hour day and then shifted to the 8-hour day in the course of the struggle. See American Federationist. Volume 2, June, 1895, page 61. Here and there labor leader echoed the employer's sentiments. Thus P. M. Arthur, conservative Grand Chief of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, denounced the 8-hour day because 2 hours less work means 2 hours more loafing about the corners and 2 hours more for drink. Charles E. Endicott, Capital and Labor. Address before the Central Trades Union, at Boston, March 28, 1886, N. D. P. 2. Most of the industries in Chicago were paralyzed. A Chicago paper reported that no smoke curled up from the tall chimneys of the factories and mills, and things had assumed a Sabbath-like appearance. The K. of L meatpacking unions in the city joined the national 8-hour strike, and closed down the stockyards. The packing house unions won their strike, gaining an 8-hour day without a pay reduction. 40. In Detroit, U workers marched in the 8-hour parade held under the combined auspices of the Detroit Council of Trades and Labor Unions and the K of L 41. Hooray for shorter time, was the New York Sun's headline over the story on the New York May Day demonstration. It was estimated that there were close to 25,000 marchers in a torchlight procession through Broadway, swinging into Union Square on 17th Street past 2 stands German and English language 1. Over the former stand, the red flag flourished. The members of each local union marched behind their own banner, 3,400 bakers, members of Bakers Local No. 1, heading the demonstration, the likes of which had never been seen in New York. 42. Altogether, it was estimated that 185,000 out of 350,000 workers who struck for the 8-hour day gained their demand on May 1st and the days following. Moreover, the 8-hour agitation was mainly response-BLE for reducing the daily working time of no less than 200,000 workers from 12 or more to 10 and 9 hours per day. In many trades in which the daily working hours were 14 or 16, a reduction took place to 12. Not a few 12-hour industries were reduced, and scores of 10-hour trades, especially in the building line, were cut down to 9 hours. In many places the Saturday half-holiday was adopted, there was an extensive movement for the early closing of stores, and the practice of Sunday labor was on the way out in most industries. 43. It is true that many of these workers went back to a longer weekday again as a result of the employer's offensive against the labor movement immediately after May 1st, but Gompers was correct when he stated in 1899 before the Industrial Commission appointed by Congress. I have no hesitation in expressing my conviction that the movement of 1886 resulted in a reduction of fully 1 hour's labor of the working people of the United States. 44 in a speech at the A.F. of L. Convention of 1889, a trade unionist declared, "It is popularly believed that the 8 hours movement of 1886 was a complete failure." Do you know of any one trade in which the working people are working as many hours today as they did before May 1886? Look even not at the skilled but at the so-called unskilled laborers. 45. The struggle for the 8-hour day led thousands of workers to affiliate with organizations of labor. It was a mighty organizing weapon.